All right, party people. Oops. Okay. Sound? Okay. Looks like we're good. Sorry, it's been a while since we done this, eh? But yeah, we're doing it today, and I didn't pick maybe the easiest thing to get back to. I don't think I've ever painted this guy before, so yeah, we'll see. I think it's a manageable thing to do in one sitting. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm like super wrong, and we have to stop. I don't know how this is gonna go. We'll give it the old college try here, and we'll see where we end up. But I think I think it's a manageable mod. It's not too big. It's a big chunky armor, big cool cloak and stuff. Of course, my buddy's texting me as soon as I press go live. That's the story of the stream. Um, yeah. Okay, let's get it. So we got the lion, and of course I don't have a proper handle for him. He has a too large of a base here, and he's kind of glued on there. Primer is just as spotty as ever. We'll fix that with the airbrush. This shield also, I don't even, this, yeah, we inside's prime. That's cool. Stop. Uh, and then we have the two little perverts here in their bathrobe, and we'll keep those. Well, that's how we start these things. Okay, that's what we do. That's okay. That's okay. We'll fix this little pervert, and then, uh, yeah. So as I was about to say, is like we'll keep these guys for the end. There, we'll do those last. That way, we can kind of switch what we do with them, because they could be, they can be cream, they could be black, they can be green. Um, they could be burgundy, I guess. Like the we can just base what color these little dudes are, like to kind of fit with whatever we end up painting the lion in, right? To just make sure that these colors fit and they don't like clash with the mini, because these are not really. I don't want to say they're not important, because they are, but they're not the main thing of this mini. So we'll just do them last, and then we'll keep our options open as to what goes where. Now, of course, I put glue everywhere. This is. See, I haven't lost any of my good streaming habits. Break a mini, put glue everywhere, like all within the first like 5 minutes. So we're in for a good time today. Oh my god, it smells so bad. Oh, I'm gonna be high as a kite by the end of this. Okay, but that's it adds to the spectacle. Right. And so I guess our first question, and if you're here watching this, I hope I still have some people viewing sometimes. Yeah, if you're here watching this, just tell me, do we do? So we have two options here basically. And so the first like decision we have to make is, do we want to do the black armor or the green armor? These are kind of the two staples. We could also go rogue and do a gold armor. That would be interesting as well. So that's kind of the main question. And the second option is, what do we do with the sword? Because the sword, we're not doing that silver. Okay, silver is a little bit too bland here for us. So we're not gonna do that. So we have to do like a power swordy color. Which, like, I think blue or turquoise is kind of the default. It works really well with forest green, which this mod is kind of bound to have something in forest green. So I think we're gonna lean into the blue. I don't think we're gonna go with pink today. The pink is kind of a color I really like for a lot of these Dark Angel type, like, because pink and green work really well together in terms of like contrasting colors. So this definitely an option. Okay, so I think the shield I think we do gold no matter what. I think a big ass golden shield is kind of the way I want to go with this. Just because it's like the Emperor's shield, so I like that to be super golden. Let's get a start. I guess we'll start with the sword. We'll start with one coat of primer on everything, then we'll dabble with the sword, and then by that time we can figure out, what we want to do. That should be. I think that's like a reasonable approach to this. Some. Quindex action going on. Okay, there we go. There we go. Some section glass cleaner. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay. So back. Let's give this guy a good shake. There should be plenty. And so this primer, my biggest gripe. This is like super matte. The primer, the AK. It's like super matte primer. And so that's probably one thing I don't like. That like really, it's not like a. I like the primer a lot, but the fact that it's like very matte. I don't know, I think some people really enjoy this. Like it's a big selling point for them. For me, it's not something I care about. Because we always have to touch it up afterwards. We can't use the primer at all because it's so matte at the end, the end result. So that's probably my only. I'm not even gonna say gripe with it because it's not really a gripe. I don't have. But I'm very indifferent to this being matte. So some people are like, oh yeah, I like this one because of the matte thing. I don't give a shit. And this guy bought secondhand, so we might have some like weird leftovers. I think I bought it secondhand. I think it was previously stripped, so it might be a little bit off in some aspects. We'll kind of discover that. I haven't spent too much time. This has been sitting in a box here. So yeah, we have a we have a choice to make. Oh, I guess I could use. I have a poll option now. Since last time we streamed, I don't know if it's a new YouTube thing or what. But I saw this earlier. You know what? Let's try this. I'll hold on. We'll finish this. Well, no, hold on. Let's try some cool new features from the YouTube. They have given us the features. Poll. Ask a question. Armor color is, and then I want yes or no. Okay, so it doesn't have to be yes or no. So it can be green or black. Add option gold. Start poll. The poll or poll? Not poll. Poll. It's a poll. Okay. And then hopefully there's like at least one viewer, so we get like one vote. You know what I mean? That's our. And then how do I like close this? Oh, okay. So just end. Okay. The only option I have now is end the poll. Right. So do take a second to vote here. This thing. This is fun. And I'll put my vote on this one. Oops. I can't vote on my. Oh, yeah. Really for fans. I was trying to skew the vote, but I can't. I'm at the mercy of the YouTube chat right now, so that's okay, perfect. Oh, okay, okay, green. Yes, we have you. Okay, thank you, viewer. Not plural, just one dude watching. Thank you for being here. This is great stuff. Okay, yeah, let's finish up the shield thing. Get this second code going on this side here. Oh yeah. Okay, now, and then let's do little pervs. Little pervs. Okay, one little guyo. Second little guy. And so the poll remain open until we kind of get to that part, because I want to do the power weapon first anyway, because the power weapon is way easier to mask than masking the mini and doing the model, right? So that's why I don't necessarily like. We'll pick a color that works with everything here. But I do want to make this guy more like standard, because we could do like a crazy thing with like the because we painted like an what's the other guy in this army, the Azrael. We painted like an Azrael in like bright green previously, and that was like, that's a cool thing, but it's like way out of left field. Doesn't look like the lion at all. Right. Now we can dump this back in. We won't need this black because, well, because we can't use this as black paint. All right. I guess I should go get the freaking black Leon color. That. I'll give this a quick rinse. Okay, quick rinse. Done and done. Okay, so well, I don't know if there's like, I can't see it, the amount of votes, but maybe just everybody thinks green is the proper color for this fella, which I think is fair. I think it's the only reason I was saying black is I think the official model has like a black armor, but I don't. You know, I also think green is the main main thing. Archangel. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of the Oris Erzi guy. The Oris Erzi, the Erzi Dark Angels have the black. Oh, that might be. That might be it. Yeah, well, we'll just use Black Templar with the airbrush. I'll go find the other black later. We'll just do like a lot of this. So we're using black, like regular black paint on the power weapon, just because I want to remove this matte effect that I was talking about from the primer. I want this to be black paint. So first of all, it's a little bit more glow to it, and second of all, if we need touch-ups, well, touch-ups are not going to be with the primer. Right. This going. Okay, and then yeah, so we don't need this black, but I put like, wait, I could do power swords with this. Because they made this model very like bland. You know, like how Gilliman has like this fiery sword and everything, and that's like a big staple for Gilliman. With this guy, he's very tame in comparison, which kind of sucks because he's he's a Primarch, and yet Azrael and the other guy have like way more. The mic is spiking, so I'll pull down my volume a little bit. Always in the red, and I don't feel like I'm talking especially loud, so okay. Right, so it's kind of a shame because he's a Primarch, and yet he's very lackluster. Okay, so let's do turquoise. You know what? I like turquoise. Oh, let's do blue. I found this one. This one is too light. Let's do just a classic blue. That's fine. Yeah. So let's do. So we need blue and we need white, and get this done. And give me a quick second here. Whoopsie. Okay. Okay. All right. That Right, so now let's get some of that blue going, and we really don't need a whole lot of this. One glob, more than enough to carry us to victory here, because it's pretty thick, and we need to thin this bitch down. What we're gonna do. And also, there's nothing really other than that glowing on our model, so we don't really think about this too much. Right. So what do we do here? Oh, it's a Primarch. We can put a little bit of effort into this power weaponry of ours. Like this, like, you know, like kind of a 2/3 situation. And we'll do the exact same on the underneath part of this board. We're doing that first because it's harder than the reverse. Doing the tip is. Need to like empty the moisture trap on this because it's like acting up a little bit. I don't know if you guys can see that sometimes it hurts water, and there's really when it does that, there's really nothing you can do, sadly, except your moisture trap and empty the hose. Because a lot of times it's like when this happens, it's because it's past the moisture trap and it gets into the hose, and so this because we haven't been really airbrushing for. Like, I didn't use the airbrush today. I don't even think I used it yesterday, actually. I think yesterday I did other stuff in regards to painting. I don't even think I did any airbrushing. So, really, this is like moisture that was left into the hose, basically. That's not good because you have to get it out somehow. And the only way to get it out is by spraying some more. Okay. And now we'll do like basically the other third or something of this section. Like almost white color, and this is an interesting thing. Okay, there we go. And so now we can do this like full this is kind of like interesting, as in if you wanted to like speed run your you know your army, this would be like kind of an okay way to do it. Like ain't nothing really wrong with this. It's just not quite detailed. So we're gonna give it a little bit more loving edge on this because I can. Um, right. Let's put this here for a quick sec. Let's empty this guy out because we're gonna start back our tree color process with the black. Right. So now we want to kind of empty it like correct. Like I don't want to spend too much time cleaning this guy because it's not that important. But also, I do need the airbrush to not be white. Because we're going to add some black to this, and if we add black to white, we get gray, and then that's that's not what we want. So I'll actually go get the freaking black Legion color from the box of new paints. Give me a second here, second and a half. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Really, I knew I was like needing it, and I just didn't have time to pull it before the stream. Okay, so we can add just like a drop or two. This is plenty. This is probably too much, even, and there's barely any in there. And then what we need besides that is some sort of like piece of cardboard. And so we'll use yeah, and you can do this with tape. The problem now is that because we just did this, if we put tape, we're gonna rip it all off because it's like not fully dry. Whereas if we did like a full army, or you know, if we did this in batches, then we'd use tape, and that would be smart. But since we, you know, we don't want to wait for this to dry and whatnot. This is not a watch paint dry stream. This is a painting stream, so we're gonna make sure that we can paint our little toy soldier right about now. Not have to, you know, not have to spend time watching paint dry, because that sucks. This, we do the same thing on this side. So, and then you can see we have like a pretty good, like pretty straight line here. That's kind of what we're looking for. And we don't really care about the overspray. We'll fix that with, like, you know, actual paint. You know. So this is fine. This is fine. We'll rinse out this black here. I should have dumped it back into the pot. That's a boo boo. We did a boo boo. Chat. We did a boo boo. That's fast. It's not like we poured half the pot of black in the airbrush. We're very dainty with it, so that's fine. We're kind of lucky. Whoa. Let's say we're kind of lucky in that it didn't overspray, but the half of the freaking pot fell out. It's like, god damn it. This is a classic Alpha stream experience, by the way. If you're like, you know, you forgot how it was. This is the happy little accidents that our friend Bob was talking about. This, all of this is all accidents, my guys. All of it. My dudes. I like my dudes as an expression. Okay, so. Oh yeah, okay, we're back with the blue. So now we need our cardboard again. Now a good trick with this little like cardboard thing is to not use the same side, just because paint kind of tend to stick on paint for some. I don't know if this is like a real thing, but it seems to always be the case where. Okay, so I have to do the bottom in black. So we have to leave the bottom. So we do the tip, the sword's tip in white. This is. So, and now you kind of starting to see where we're going with this, right? Like we get the kind of the cross pattern of the power sword, so that's really cool. So now thing on this side here. I think the main trick is to try to do kind of like being very equal in what you're doing. So like if you do, you know, like a long blue line, do the same on the other side, do the same on like left and right. Like the balance of like how much blue and how much black and how much white. I think that's kind of like probably the best like the most important part of this, besides like actually masking properly. Like if we fuck up the line with our masking, it's going to be very obvious, and you'll see if it, because the cardboard is still kind of a really like ghetto solution. In case you can't tell, the cardboard is a very ghetto solution, and so it sometimes it fucks up, right? Like that's the, if you're taking shortcuts, sometimes it sucks. Yeah, that's the unspoken rule of this. And so, and what we're doing right now is taking a shortcut. So we might fuck up. So you might see the what happens if your lines don't actually like line. Okay. All right. Well, our oh shit. So we got we got like at least 3 votes. Oh, this poll is booming, y'all. At least 3 votes because we're at 67%. Which also means that we don't get 1 vote for each of the options, so that's good. So hey, thank you for keep voting on, fellers. This is great. Okay, this is nicey. All right, this is great stuff. Right, because we're about to do like we really only have this one step, and then we have to tackle the armor. So, but now, ink in your choice. So now we get this thing, and you can notice that our white this side is much more. This one had like more blue left over in it, so we can like fix it. We don't need to be. Ooh, oh look at that! Oh look at that! This would have been terrible if we put that on the mini. Ooh, dodged a bullet right there. Yeah, so we can fix this like pretty easily. So we'll do that. You know, no reason we have to fix our. Again, the goal is to get like a similar effect on both sides. So if one side is like fully white and one side is not, then it doesn't work. On this one, we won't care too much because the other side is really hard to like. It's hard to reach places. 9 out of 10 dentists would not recommend trying to reach that area. So let's. Cardboard action. This. And now we have our little sword. And this looks like, you know, slightly weird, but if you like kind of just if you block all of the other aspects. This. It's good. The overspray makes it look really wonky, but like if you just disregard the overspray because we're gonna fix it, you know, we get like a pretty good grasp at what we're doing. So now this we won't need. We'll empty this because now we don't need this. All right, last I don't know, 30-second or something to vote. I'm gonna clean the airbrush, and then lucky for you guys, I need to switch my little bottle of cleaner here because this one's kicked out. And then I'm gonna take a sip of coffee because I deserve it. I think I don't know what I did to deserve it, but I think I deserve it. So I'm gonna have a sip of coffee. So, you know, last second here to ink down your vote for the armor. Green currently in the lead in our super scientific polling. So that's cool. Also, thanks for being here, guys. I'm not on YouTube too much these days, but it's really cool to do a stream. I've missed like streaming a lot, and this is a cool mini. I never painted it before, so I'm having a blast. So thank you for being here with me. That's baller. Okay, so we don't need. Well, we'll keep these colors around because we are bound to use them at some point. Okay. Well, so we want to do green. So we'll do like the classic like Dark Angel green. We're not gonna do some crazy shenanigans. And also I'm not really interested in keeping this overspray. Like we could try to do like, oh, this is a light effect or something. We're not gonna do that. We don't. We're gonna try to keep this like a very clean look to our miniature. So let's do. I think we start back with black because we could go with the brown route, like getting like a lot of like the brown into the green. That could be interesting. That's an option. Let's close down the poll. Okay, thank you for taking part of this. If you didn't cast your vote, you know, next time do it. You know, voting is important. In this case, it actually matters. It's not like the real deal. Little political humor for you guys. Okay, so thank you for everybody. So we're gonna do the green. And yeah, nobody for gold. That's mighty fine. Okay, so we can do black into green. Like that's very, very, very classic. It ain't nothing, you know. We're not reinventing the wheel here. What's? Oh wait, I have a new pop-up option. What does this say? I can start a Q&A. No, no. What the fuck is this? We're not doing a Q&A. YouTube. What are you on about? What the fuck is this? Well, this here is gonna be our our dark angel color situation for sure. It's Warpstone Glow and Caliban Green. That's our colors, like our main colors. The real question is, do we want to start on like a brown base or a black base? I think we go black because once you go black, you and I like that approach. So we're gonna do that. So we're gonna keep using our Black Legion. I know it says contrast on the ball, but it's lying to you. This is just like straight up great black paint. No, this ain't no contrast bullshit. All right, so now all we needs to do, we'll use this piece here because the nether is we'll use half of this piece. So all that we need really is just to wrap this around like. And there we go. And we'll start with that. Oops, let's move this away. So again, so the reason we're repainting this is because right now the black that's on our armor is the primer color, and the primer is very matte. And so first of all, it's gonna change our base coat. But second, and most importantly, is if we have to do touch-ups, it's gonna suck because we would have to do them with the primer instead of like regular black paint. And that would suck because primer and thinning it down and everything is really not fun. So we'll just give this guy a quick coat of like black. And we'll re-hit the base where we got the blue overspray. Just to be prettier. Holy shit. Hey! Just Robot. Hey, homie, gonna be lurking on the YouTube while at work. Wait, it should probably be on my actual account. Oh, yeah. Oh, you have multiple. Yeah, there we go. Sal is like, yeah, that's all. Half of my viewership is like different Sal accounts. That's what's up. Hey, thanks for being here, bud. Okay. It's okay. I welcome everybody's bot accounts. Okay, I'm not one to judge. I don't, you know. Okay, so let's clean this guy out. Right. That's off. What does it say? Off. Spray. Sorry. Aha. Okay, so we'll rinse out the black. We don't really need to do a super thorough job at we just really need to rinse it out. Because the next color is dark green, so there's a little bit of black seeping into this. You know, we won't say a thing. We don't care. Right. So now this is our Caliban green, and now we're gonna try to be a little bit more precise and leave like a lot of that black going around. That's gonna be our thing here. Also, there's almost none of this green left in this, so we're gonna have. This is one of those I don't know if I have more over there, so I have to be mindful of this as we stream. We're gonna need to keep this in this leftover, this extra. Yes, and also at first time I'm painting this guy, and it's really like I've played against it a bunch of time. I hate every second of it, so I figured it's a great addition to the army. So yeah, I'm pretty stoked about this guy. Never done it, so. So right now I'm not too sure, because this model is quite complex. Like there's like there's like a cloak and a cape, and then some more details. So this is a very like complex model. So we're not gonna really think too much about it. We're just gonna do everything in the model in green right now, and then we'll leave this kind of decision making for later. So that if we decide to keep stuff green, it's already green. We don't have to come back to it at a later time, which would suck. What I'm doing now is really just giving this mini, basically like a zenithal coat of green. So we're going from the top down, and so there's going to be lots and lots of black showing, and that's kind of fine, and then we can fine tune this as we go. Like, we don't need to make this perfect in the first try. And you know what, we'll do the hand here on this little fella. I don't think I don't think we really need to spend any much time thinking about the shield here and doing that shield with the airbrush. It's not gonna be that long to do. Okay. Right. So now we're gonna put this back here. We don't need the Caliban green anymore. So what we got is like basically a very stark transition from black to this green, and then a lot of these the top parts are very opaque with Caliban green, so you can't see the black on the opaque parts. And now on this, we're gonna add our warpstone glow. And warpstone, we probably won't have like a very flat base color. This is really just gonna be a highlight, like it's gonna be blended in. That's one cool thing about the airbrush, is it's gonna do that for us. And then what that means is we can use warpstone glow to do edge highlights, and they will still. Sorry, I'm like pointing at it, but it's off screen. So we can use warpstone glow to make our edge highlights, and with that, because we're not going full send on this, putting the hedge highlights with it is still gonna be it's still gonna show through. What I realized, it's been like I think a month and a half since the last like stream, and I am way worse at English than I was before. Just realized that yesterday I was like trying to talk with people, and I was searching for like my words. It's like really hard. I've had that a couple of times this week, and I was like, "Oh, I'm losing it." So I need to, I need to stream more if I want to speak English properly. Which I do. I kind of like speaking English, like not sounding like a moron. Well, not like not too much of a moron. A little bit is okay. Okay, so this is kind of what I'm interested in. So it's like super black and then light color on top, and then that's fine, because again, you have to think when we add the details, it's gonna change this kind of drastically. Then another cool option here would be to use like oil washes, or even just good old Nuln oil to get some even more like definition in the grain. We could probably can do that. So overall, this is kind of a very this is the green that I'm interested in. I don't want to go lighter because then it's gonna look like the lion from the Salamander's army, which what he wants. You can see we didn't fuck up our sword really with the masking, so that's great. You know, 50% of painting is not fucking up what you just painted, so we did that part, nailed it. We can kind of come back to some areas here if we want to, like so. And so I'm pretty happy with this. This, you know, we have like a pretty cool gradient of color. But we can still give this like a good old non-oil step before we put on the hedge highlights. I think that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna give this guy a full non-oil treatment, and we're gonna work on something different. Maybe we start on the shield. Um, because we have to wait for the non-oil to dry before we put some more work into the armor. And then the other, like, I guess the other step is going to be to figure out what we do with the cloaks, because we got like basically let me let you guys in on my plan, because believe it or not, this jackass had a plan all along. So that's right. So I'm very happy with the blue. So the power weapon and the glowy stuff, I don't know how much glowy stuff like gems and whatnot. That's always going to be blue or turquoise. We ended up with blue, so that's fine. This part, you know, done and rocked and everything. We're cool. That's cool. But then the next part of this whole affair is managing the cloaks. And so really, Dark Angels are like four main colors if you think about it. You got the green, that's obvious. You got the black, just like the Ravenwing. Not. And then you have the cream color for like Deathwing and a bunch of cloaks and stuff. Then you also have burgundy, which could also be red. Like a lot of the more classic Blood Angel is what the fuck? A lot of the more classic Dark Angels have red as like an accent color. I really dig burgundy. It's probably my like this year is probably like the year that I discover and overuse burgundy to ruin it for me for all next year's. That's fine. So really, all we have on this mini is like these four colors in like you know with more details put to them, but these four colors in some sort of ways, and then blue accent colors, right? Because these are all very wonky. And then the challenge with these colors is that the bone color needs to be kind of darker. We need this to be not super pale, because if you notice, this is dark, 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 blinding light, right? So we don't want that. So we don't want that to be like the main thing. And that's really our only kind of challenge, so to speak. I'm sure we'll be challenged by some other stuff while we paint, but let's not go there yet. Okay, so we'll put the airbrush away. It's gonna and then we'll do the null oil now, because I do want to get the darker color, and so we'll just do one like even coat of null oil, and since it's like null oil is much weaker than it used to be, it's not what it was way back when, right? So we'll give this guy just a quick pass, and what that should do is just really highlight the details, and the details are mostly all these rivets that are way interesting. So this is really not a complex step. Big brush, and we make sure we don't overdo it. Up with the theme and stuff, I'm using an actual shade brush to apply shades. I feel very, I feel like you know Duncan would be proud of me here. My use of the still brushes, because I'm using the proper name for the technique. I get extra bonus internet points. Then again, I'm using a Games Workshop brush on my model, so I'm probably losing internet. But you know, you win some, you lose some, right? But it's okay. We're doing this only for Duncan, only for our love of Duncan. Doing this, I think it's okay. You know, it's a mark of respect. Uh, right. And so when it dries, it's gonna be less shiny, right? The shine is really like a byproduct of this being. So it's not gonna stay like that. Don't worry about it. We're not a glossy angel. Don't. Right. Logical. Now, if we're lucky, I have like a bunch of a lot of people play Dark Age. It seems like it's a really good army. So if we're lucky, somebody through the stream is gonna send me a message and say, "Hey, I'm gonna buy this from you." So that takes care of like a lot of the what do we do next, right? Because the main issue I have with painting these random mini is at some point I'm gonna want to do the whole army because yeah, I'm that kind of like a degenerate where when I have like a couple of minis from an army, I feel like I need to. This is a very this is a very sad personality trait, but I feel like I need to finish the stuff that I start. And if we do one mini, we need to finish the army that goes with. So so it would be if somebody wants to buy this from us, that would be great. Is what I'm saying. Otherwise, you're like an enabler, you know. So no pressure on that front, but also, uh, but help me. Uh, okay, I think we're good on the armor front. There's like no inside. Well, maybe kind of like you see this like leg inside. You can barely see it. This is just invisible to the naked eye, but since we're like on camera and on camera, you can kind of see it. We're gonna give it a go. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with this. And now again, if you look at the places where we started, look at this plate here. It's still very much green, but now we get the black outline. So like this is really like a cheater black lining situation that we got going on. And yeah, you can see in the month that I've been off, I've not relinquished my love for black lining. Also, I just realized now we have to do the hand that's on the shield as well. Okay, so now we get to the next phase. And I think the next phase is going to be the gold because the gold does not really overlap with the mini itself, right? Like the green and the gold don't have like a lot of overlap. And it's also like a very big and long step. But the gold is also the color where we don't have a lot of like choices. Whereas the stuff that's gold is going to be gold kind of like regardless, right? Like whatever happens. But the gold parts, they're gonna be gold all the way. So I feel like we should use either of these. I don't know if you guys have a preference. This one here, way cartoony. This one here, realistic. In terms of like the end result. This one will look great, like with like a dark green and stuff. This will look really interesting. It is a little more like flashy and out of there. This one we get a really like matte color, like a down to earth gold, like tarnished a little bit. So they're both interesting. I don't think there's a right or wrong choice. With this, is just gonna change the end result. Like it's gonna change the end result, but it's not gonna be like one is not gonna be significantly better than the other. Is what I'm saying. And I said earlier that I wanted to take some coffee, and I didn't. That's right, my coffee mug, as the little Elfire logo on it. That's the way. Tastes better. Okay. Yeah, what do we do here? So I'm feeling good about this. I'm trying to think of what we did on the channel before. I think this we did a bunch of times because this is like really the easy way. We do Retributor Gold and then we do the Contrast Gilman Flesh. Slam that down almost with our eyes closed and it's gonna look baller. This might be a good shortcut in order to finish this mini in one stream. So that's yeah. I think let's go with bold, vibrant colors. You know, and nobody's saying anything, so we'll just go with bold, vibrant colors on this. That's gonna be fine. Again, multiple options here on what gold and the applications of it, but we'll go that route. That route is a fun route. And like this mini does not need a whole lot of help when you think about it that way. Meaning like this guy is gonna look cool, kind of like regardless of what. Like it takes like some serious effort to fuck this guy up. Which speaking of that, we're gonna keep the background of this shield be a different color. We might maybe we bring okay. Let's. I've changed my mind. We'll put the shield because I was thinking just doing like the full golden shield, but there's the background of it is like well defined. So we'll put a pin in the shield situation. We'll do the sword real quick. In the sword, we should get like the best use of like a single base coat because it's gonna break off all this like overspray and gonna really center this cool little effect that we did. That's gonna be a fun. Right. And I don't think we need to. What we'll do the little like power like I don't know what they're called like the little like lines or something. The the two little like power lines or whatever. I'm sure they have like a real name, but I don't know it. So we'll do those like later. We'll do the entire sword in gold right now. Maybe we change our mind for the add color. Who knows? Time will tell. You were smart when you stick to that one, and we'll work our way kind of up ever so slowly. Fucking face over there. The lion face. This guy's name is Lion, and he has a lion on his shoulder. This don't want to do like the trim of this, like like the line kind of like creeps up on the border. I want to keep the border grain. I think it's like a nice little definition armor ornament. Maybe we do the eyes of the lion in like blue at the end there. We'll see. We'll see when we get there. But that's a good option that we have again. All stuff can be multiple things, right? So we have to kind of keep these options in the back of our mind. There's a lot. I don't know if you guys can tell. There's like the chest section. I think now we're gonna have to abandon our one brush fits all situation. There's like a lot going on there. Yeah. Okay. Let's go for a small. Okay. Okay. We give it a try. Okay. We tried to just use one brush, but we'll cheat this in a little bit, guys. Don't worry. We'll do the little like skulls inside. I don't want to do the whole. I think this. There's so many like little details on the this chess piece that I'm trying to like not do all of it because if you were like in a jam, if you want this to like speed paint this thing, I think you just jam all of this in gold and then you kind of figure it out later. It's still gonna look good, but it's gonna take away a lot of the detailing. So since we're putting a little bit more effort than just like the bare minimum, basically, we're not gonna do that approach. But it would 100%. Again, this model is such a cool centerpiece that you don't need to do a whole lot of work to make it look good. It just looks good if you do. Okay, sections. Oh, I think we're gonna again because we can introduce silver as well through this because there's bound to be details that are silver on the mini, so we can kind of break off the full gold treatment with some silver parts if we desire. We will desire this. Again, same thing here with this shoulder plate. We're not doing the trim of the shoulder. We're want to keep that part green. We just want. The other idea of doing the shield fully gold is that again it takes away one of these aspect of like balance, like the balancing act of like what's where what is what color and where. You kind of like remove all of this. Okay. Let's keep doing like kind of the top part, and then we'll focus on the little chicken legs. Okay. 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 I mean, like we're getting there, boys. Getting there. Right now. Go. Let's go. The belt is puzzling. Like I don't know if he's got like this WWE type belt, like all these details in there. Big old wrestling belt. I don't know. Not too not too sure what to do with it. Well, I think we won't discuss the belt. We'll figure it out later. Emblem on the pistol. And then the pad has like a big chunky. Oh no, never mind. It's not that chunky. Two little swords. Right. Okay. Um, I think this kind of settles this part at least. Um, hey, this is we are moving up, and now the drill master. Thank you for being here, bud. So the next logical part would be to do this little like I guess it's a lion fur. It's so much lion themed thing, right? Like the fur thing should be the next like logical step to do because it's like in between. But I'm not too sure what color I would like this to be because we could use our cream color on this and that would add like the cream, or we could do it in gray and just not really think about this too much. That would be like it's the next logical step is to figure that part out. Uh, but in terms of like the what makes sense for painting, what we could do is keep doing just base coats, and then we can be wrong, and it will be quick to fix. That might be. Let's. I want to do a lot of the burgundy stuff. I think because the burgundy is what we want to use for the purity seals, and that's gonna probably guide a lot of the other color choices. Because the top of the purity seals are wherever they are, so that's gonna be like burgundy no matter what. And then I would probably like all the wing parts to be this burgundy color because I think that looks nice. Let's start with the seals with burgundy. And once we get like all the seals done, then we can kind of like find other areas to do. Because like the belt, for example, I think would be a good idea. But then we have like two layers of cloaks here, so maybe one of them is burgundy. It's probably not the big one. Oh, it could be. And you know what I mean. There's a lot going on here. Lots of options. Lots of options. I do like the idea of these big wings being red. Black is like is kind of the sober option. Like whatever you don't know, you just paint black, and because the model is like dark green and black, they work so well together that like you really don't have any ain't no you know ain't no big deal with this. It just works. It's kind of like the lazy the yeah we'll call it the lazy. It is a lazy option. It's definitely one I would take. So it's lazy. This is what I would do. And again, the green we're gonna add like edge highlights to this. We're just doing some more work before we get to that part. I will. I'm about to like sneeze, so I'm gonna just put this on like a quick little break here, and I'm gonna sneeze and blow my nose. So give me like 2 seconds. Right. So I did. Okay. So we're back. No longer have to sneeze. That's great. Feeling is much better. All right. So let's keep doing these little thingies. Let's do the bottom ones as well. These ones would also look good in like a variety of colors, including metallic, like a sweet metallic edition. If you're really into the bling thing, you could add like a lot of the gold. Damn. Right. Right. We could like fight to get the inside of that one painted, but I don't think I think it's worth like the effort. So I'm leaning towards doing the innermost cloak with this burgundy color. Um, like I think one of these two should be burgundy. It's just a matter of like, do we want the pale one or the? I guess the base choice. What? If I don't know if anybody's still watching. To be honest, so. But if you're still watching, so the color of the base also changes. Like if we want to do like a lighter base, then doing this one here up top in lighter color makes more sense because we get like a break in the pattern. But we could do like a gray base instead of this. Yeah, there's again multiple options and decisions on this. I think we're gonna go for yeah. We'll do switch brush to a big surface. Ooh, I don't know. We'll do the top one. I like this burgundy color, so we're gonna go heavy on the burgundy. We could use an even bigger brush to be why I picked that one out of the out of the ones that we have. This is just really stupid to do. Just do the little details around here with this small brush, and then we'll switch to a big size, big boy, a real big boy of a brush. Yeah. Burgundy all day. All right. Well, I Etienne says so. We oblige, you know. I mean, it's such a. I'm telling you, this is my. This is like this is the year that I've discovered that burgundy was like a color that existed, and I've used it on like everything extensively. We ain't stopping. But no, but again, there's no real like wrong choice because it's just a matter of like layering. Like this would have been one of the cloaks like almost guaranteed. Just a matter of picking which one, and we'll make choices based on that one decision. Okay, now. So this is so this cloak here is gonna be black, but the what we're processing is that this cloak here is gonna be black. I don't know if that's like the normal way to do. Like I've not looked at like a reference picture of this. I'm just going as my buddy Tim would say with the vibes. Just vibes painting right now. And then I think the the belt is like kind of the last like option or the last thing, and then I think the belt might be black as well. Black with like metallics, because there's like a I don't know if you guys can tell. There's like a lot of like details on the belt, so I think making it black is not a stupid idea because we're gonna get a lot of colors anyway. Through so now, let's keep layering on colors and then see if we fuck up. Look at that. Please hold. I'm looking for Steel Legion Drab. I don't know where. I found it was behind the box. Okay, so right, so we'll do kind of the same idea that we just had, which is we'll do the scrolls first with this because the scrolls are kind of like there's two ways around. Oh, there's a little skull. Oh, we forgot that. We'll do that in gold. Like on the the Nike symbol on his little shoes. But we didn't do it, so we'll have to. And what I mean to say with like if we fuck up is I mean if the colors don't layer well together, like if we have like what I'm trying to avoid is like burgundy on burgundy or beige on beige. That kind of stuff is what like kind of does not sit right with what I'm trying to do here. Because you get better models when they don't overlap. Because then everything, it's like the easy way to get like more definition, making sure that every color is like really has like a very clear start and end. But also we're really using a very limited palette, so like this is almost like a like 6 color if you think about it, right? Because we got black, green, burgundy, bone, and silver, and gold. And then I guess the only, so we have 7 colors because the blue. But like that's like we keep like 7 colors for this entire mini, and that like that's what we do. Well, each color is like multiple colors, obviously, but because you know, like this bone color that we're doing is gonna be 4 colors to make the bone color, but like I don't know, I can't, like in my brain, what I just said works, but I realize that for like the normal human beings, it made no sense what I just did. I swear I know which end is up. So I think if we didn't do this in Burgundy, I think this cloak in Burgundy would have been the other. But I like the black. Black is once we fix it correctly, it look really gives us like a very big contrast. Being like tidy right now, I don't want to. Like really, all the colors. It doesn't really matter if we slip, except on the green, because the green has like a lot more work done than ever. Like the other colors are just base coats. Doesn't matter too much that we up. But on the green and the power weapon, we be better. We have to be better. Much longer. They take much longer to fix if we. Holy shit! What is this? Oh, dope. Thank you. Hey. Oh yeah. With this a new feature, by the way. Um. Thank you. There's absolutely no perk, by the way. If you decide to become a member, you have my eternal support and gratitude. But I have not worked out any, like, there's no like advanced videos, or I haven't figured out anything. It just YouTube said this has been enabled because like your channel has been doing good. But thank you for the support on this, much appreciated. But again, do not feel compelled to do to do this. It's there's no, there's no perk beside being called a degen from upcountry by the internet. Um, but thank you. Keep up the good work. I guess I could I'll find there must be like an icon. I remember on other channel where I think, or maybe it's like the bigger channel, but I think we can have like a specialty like icon next to the to your name, so that the people know. Let the people know for the true king. Because yeah, hey guys, just so everyone knows, Etienne will always be the first member of this channel. I mean, like this is a title that like it only happens once. He's claimed it, so etched in stone now. Right. Right. Enough of that. I got carried away here by this big YouTube money, which I don't even know. Uh, yeah, I must need to set this up. I don't think I gave my banking info to YouTube, so I'm figure that part out later. But that's problem for later. Okay, right on. So, Jesus fucking Christ. This might be a final stream, guys. I might be dying right here. Jesus fuck. Okay. Brush fell to the floor. Right. Okay, this is we're doing good here. We are doing good. Okay. Yeah, this model is starting to, you know, starting to look pretty cool. How do I? Is there something I have to do? Because there's like a pop up on my screen. I don't know. So I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to figure out this membership thing. Is brand new to me. I've not come prepared. Anyway, I guess it will expire at some. I don't know. I don't know. This is gonna be for some other time. This is gonna be a discovery from some other time. Right now, whatever happens, happens. Right. Oh, and then I guess we should have done the. I think all of this was leading to the part of like we do the little lion fur thing in bone color, like it's a mountain lion. But I apologize if this like specific like cloak is like part of the lore, and this is like something like it's a spotted thing jaguar or something in the lore, and I'm not doing that. I apologize. I do not know of this. I'm really just going for whatever looks cool. So if this is like an important thing of the lore that I'm just butchering, just know that I'm not doing it on purpose. Tricky part with this because it's like it's inside the mini, right? So we have to be very careful about this. Lots of opportunity. Right. Okay. Okay. And by the way, I know this here, what we're doing now is really not like the most fun thing because we're just doing like a lot of base coat, but this is there's like no escaping this, but also this sets us up for like when it starts like when we start like finishing stuff, it's gonna go like boom 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 and gonna like the dominoes like start falling, they're gonna fall for realsies with this. But I do realize that like what we've been doing the past like 30 some minutes maybe, uh 40 minutes maybe. I don't know. Like the longest part of this mini is what we're doing now. It's just that we're doing all of them one like back to back instead of like piecing them out. So get like a refresh to your coffee while we do goes is what I'm saying. But then don't miss it. Don't miss it when we're back and we're done doing that because um, don't blink. You know when back done with the base coat, gonna happen real quick. Okay. Okay. That's we're in business now. So really, what we have now is just the black and then the silver to piece together. Also, with there's okay, so this here should be burgundy. This piece here, I think, should be burgundy. So we'll have to maybe not. I have no fucking what. Yeah, I think this is supposed to be burgundy, and maybe this like inside part here. Well, huh. Well, let's do that. Getting him fully assembled. Then technically, I mean, first of all, I do this because I got it. I got it that way. I bought it secondhand. But like technically, I did break off the shield earlier, like before priming, because the shield really feels like it's like covering a lot of the mini, right? Like there's a lot of this part here that we can't really do. And then I also broke off the two little perverts from the base here because these guys are also like kind of in the way. Um, but yes, it's the cloaks and stuff is fully assembled because I got it that way. So it really, but it's not the worst honestly to build fully in terms of like fully assembled with all the three other parts removed. I don't think it's too. I would not feel as good if the two guys were like stuck on there like for realsies. That would be I think that would be like a real challenge. But this feels okay. Like I don't we've not been like too restricted in the painting. I don't think so far. Oh yeah, I call them the little perverts because they're watchers in the dark. You know they little dudes in little bathrobes, little perverts. Or are they children? Is that part of the lore? I didn't know they were. I thought they were like a like literally alien thing in the lore. It used to be like alien thing, like or they're like from some weird fucking planets. From like from the Caliban thing. I thought they were Xenos. Uh, Trent says painting the world leaders exalted, eight bound. They're put together and it's terrible. I mean, to be fair, I think from what I've never painted any of the eight bounds, but from what I've heard, apparently they're terrible no matter what you do. The paint like they're because there's like they have so many trims. But I do feel your pain. Old Leaders is definitely a faction that I've been wanting to collect it ever since it's like it was released, and I've never like really like I started a couple of times with like a one mini here or there, but I've never really pulled the trigger fully. I never got around to do the 8 bounds, but everybody that's been painting them told me it was terrible. Um, Personally painted him 5 years ago, but I did it one evening, and I'm not happy how it looks now. Maybe one day I'll paint him again. They're not children. I was okay. Ooh. I was like, oh man, am I gonna get canceled? Right? I haven't streamed in 1 month. I get back, and then I get canceled for saying nasty things. Okay, dodge that bullet right there. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm really hoping to do this guy in one sitting. I mean, we're 1 hour and a half into this stream, and I think we're doing good because again, the longest steps are the ones that we cleared. So it should, again, the dominoes should start falling. Oh yeah, I believe you. Yeah, the trims and the spikes, and then the I think the flesh melting into the armor. I don't know. They're the 8 bounds, right? The guys that are like sometimes it's like the leg, sometimes it's like the armor of the leg, and then they're all like fused together. It's like a challenging kit for sure. Um, but they do look really sweet though. But this is one of those kits where like you have to power through because the end result is really cool, but then sucks the entire way you're getting there. It sucks, but then once you get to the end, the payoff is huge. Okay. So we're just gonna touch up like the black. So I'm keeping my super small brush here. We're just gonna do the holster situation and then the belt. Um, and then we'll and then maybe like there's some weird. Oh, put this in the middle of the place so we don't like forget it. You know. Um, 'cause I think this might be part of like the freaking. Or oh man, I'm getting carried away, guys. Um, we're fucking okay. All right, I'll get back to it. Focus up, Dubois. Come on. Okay. I'm not used to having like people, and then I chat and then I paint like poo. Uh, so what I'm saying is that it's you guys' fault. No, okay. As long as it's not a Helldrake with the oh yeah oh yeah the Helldrake is like is something. We'll get there. We'll get yeah, but yeah. If the lion's your first kit in like however long, this is a testament. Because it's a like there's a lot of like details and stuff going on, so it's not it's like it's this is not an easy model to do um whatsoever. Like it's not the hardest because they are big details, but still like the fact that there's like so much going on and it complex is it's way more complex than just like any old space marine. Right. Okay, so that's really belt is more like there's more like details around the belt than the side of it. So we just need like a color to be on there. Um, because it's not like an interesting piece of the mini the belt. So I don't want to make it like super grandiose because I don't want people picking it up and say, oh, I like the belt. Like if people notice the belt on this mini, fucked up. Um, yeah, I would have gone with if I were to build this, I would have kept the one of the faces from a. I not makes no sense, whatever. But I kind of I dig the faces because they add a lot of like character to the meaning. When you make a mistake, if you're really quick about it, sometimes I'll remove it. You have to be really quick. Like you have to be really upfront when you make a mistake, and just go, "Oh, I fucked up," and then you fix it. Because if you wait, then it gets worse. But if you go like really fast with like, "Oh, we fucked up. We have to fix this," sort of works out. Didn't do it. I didn't do. Magnetize the head and you can have all. For that's correct. This is crazy talk. This is nope. This is crazy talk. When nobody no you magnetize stuff that has like an actual impact. You don't no. You don't magnetize heads. I don't. I no. This is no. This is heresy. This is no. Okay. Um. Okay. Well, yeah. The burgundy thing on the sides is what. And again, this probably can be like multiple things. Maybe this is even like this could be like a piece of armor. Or something. I think it's gonna look nicer in burgundy, so that's what we're gonna do again. rule of cool here is moto. Burgundy is such a cool color that we'll do the same thing on the other side. Right. And here, I'm not gonna. I don't know if you guys can see. There's like another part of what, but again, we have to remember that the shield goes there, and so this is not gonna be really like you're not gonna be able to see this inside piece. So we're not really gonna. Well, this is the other big Thor. Sorry, Thoro the Big. Well, this is a Primarch. So yeah, this is a Primarch in Primaris armor or whatever Baroque style of armor. So he's significantly different than anybody really, and he's also really huge. Yeah, this is not like your standard run of the mill guy. So he's really, he's got like all the weird stuff going on. Really struggle with your name too, by the way. I can read and write. I've done it once or twice. I promise. Um, right, right. So now let's pick a big ass brush and finish the black because I apparently he woke up and this is like this is literally the ball pajamas right there. Woke up in a brand new like suit of armor. I was like, oh yeah, let's go. Yeah, do now. Right. So we'll give this like a whole like a complete, or I guess a complete redo because I really don't want. So if you were not there at the beginning when I was explaining, the primer is very matte. Like the black primer that I use is very matte, so we don't really want the primer to be showing through because then we get like some weird spots of like matte, very matte black. So it kind of fucks up. So we kind of have to do the whole thing like crazy people. No, but isn't he a kid in the like in the Horus Heresy? Doesn't he come to Caliban as like a child and then he just like grows up and I'm assuming at some point, like when the Emperor like finds him in the Heresy like stage, he just goes, "Oh, by the way, here's not a medieval suit of armor." Because aren't they like basically like sent when they get like lost into their own planet? Aren't they like basically like test tubes at that point, or are they like fully? I vaguely recall that like because the first book is like you get like the as a man, I don't know. I'm not like up to date on the lore and everything, so. I thought he came to the Caliban as like a child, and he just like kind of grew up there. Because that's the whole deal with like Luther being his like sort of a his dad, but not his dad. Um, Imala has no helmet, and one of the little buddies is holding it. Oh yeah, I guess that's the option. Yeah, my two buddies, one of them has the sword, and the other one has like a mole or something. This guy might not even go with this kit, but I don't. It must. I don't know what he's carrying, but he's carrying a thing. So Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, Tarzaning is it? Yeah, that makes sense. Visual. Okay. 2. Let's just make sure we get the full. Again, this is very tedious, but this also happens to be like the last big base coat step that we have to do. The silver is very there's a very limited cut. There's not a whole lot of like silver going on this mini, so it should go pretty fast too. And then we get to do some other stuff. It's the what do you mean? It's the banner? This is how is this a? In what world is this a banner? The guy just like hangs from it, and he's the banner. His fucking like bathrobe is the banner. No, he's definitely from the kid because he has the like the peg on his foot that goes here. So like, that part I can. But yeah, I guess there's a different guy in case you don't use the helmet version, and there's a little dude carrying the that would also makes that would make a lot of sense. Yes. Yeah. So okay. So let's finish this the cavalry that is base coat with Silva. It's a small one. It's a small flag. Yeah. I believe that. All right. So yeah, silver is very like we're not doing a whole lot. There's the gun over there. That. Really just parts of a gun. Little stud here. We'll do our best. Then the okay, so the belt is kind of tricky. We'll just go kind of haphazardly. Like the belt is like is purely like a decoration because like it's not holding his fucking hands up. You know what I mean? Like this is not like it's not like a tactical Batman belt that he's got going on. This ain't this is so really this is an important piece. And we're gonna do these little two little alcoves in the chest just because it breaks off the entire section. I like that. I like the. We could. There's a case where we do the helmet in not all green, but honestly, there's not a whole lot. I think once we had like highlights and maybe the two little cables on there, and we pardon. Then the metal also the metallic's always a little bit weird, but then once we get to the shading part, we get to make them look not so weird. And then we'll do the two, all four. Again, this stuff can be this could be anything. We'll just do silver just again to break off this entire big green backpack. Definitely not a big deal. This is also a thing of like if you think about it in an army sense, on like a regular Space Marine, doing the exhaust on their backpack with silver makes a lot of sense because the Space Marines do have like a very bland back. So having pieces that break off the normal Space Marine, and so on this one mini, it makes no difference. But if he was part of an army, this would be a logical decision on the entire army. Why we're doing. Okay, now we've got all of our base coats sort of figured out. And by sort of figured out, I mean we did it. So now we get to have fun with this and turn this in from it looks pretty mid, as the internet says, into make this guy into like a deserving Primarch. And I think we're gonna start with the gold because the gold is the color that looks the most like ass now, but with one color it's gonna look good. So I think that's what we start with. And that one color is this one here. It's the contrast Guilliman flesh. So we're gonna sneak in some Ultramarines into this lion here, just as a final fuck you to the Dark Angels, you know. Because that's what all Dark Angel players want is more Ultramarines in their Dark Angels. No, but really, this color is banging. So we'll use our medium-sized brush, I guess. We don't need. Just throw shit on the ground. Okay, got it. I got it. Right. So, medium-sized brush, Guilliman flesh, good shake, good shake. And then here we go. And then you're gonna this guy. This is like cheating. Okay, Guilliman flesh on top of Retributor armor. It has no business doing what it's about to do. Oop. And we can even blackline this at the end there if we like not at the end but afterwards if we want to add like some more contrast. Um, I take a look at my line and I fucked up his painting. I see a lot of black spot I miss, and then some of them are really visible. Yeah, that's also the because there's so much surface. This will happen. Like if you miss a spot, it's gonna be more obvious because there's so much going on. But yeah, again, if you said as you said, if that was your first mini like back from a 10+ year hiatus, it's a tough mini to start with. It's a cool mini, and like there's no like repaints are pretty like the miniature painting and repaints is like very forgiving. Like it's not a very final like art form. You can strip, you can paint over stuff. I've painted over minis like a lot of times. Like I've rarely. This one was like I think it was stripped from like the previous owner, but like I've repainted on top of minis more times than I've stripped models. It takes like a special effort to like destroy a mini to the point where you can't just like re. Oh yeah, okay. We are indigenous, guys. We are indigenous. Look at the freaking sword and the. This is stupid. One base coat and one contrast paint, and then it looks like this is. There's no business. But it does. So we're gonna do crap out of it. And I'm not saying this is like the best gold you'll ever find, but for like two colors, it'd be hard to. 2 passes, find like a better kind of like combo, really hard. And again, we can just add some more black lining if we want later, or even we can come back and highlight this again with some more gold or even silver. Most part, I like where this is heading. Right now, I'm being very messy about this. Like I'm going left and right and top bottom and like a really chaotic way. Try not to do. By we, I mean me, of course. I'm the one. Up. So. So. Okay. I think this covers the entire gold section for now. So we'll this break. I need to get new one or strip this one. Oh, it was second buy after the Deadwing assault box. So one of the oh I see I got you. Okay, so that's cool. And then let's get kind of like I see get rid of the silver right now. That would be a pretty quick thing to do. Yeah, let's get another win on this column. You know, we finished the silver like right then and there. Oh no, I guess no, because there's a lot of more. There's like little details that we might want to do silver. So let's do. I guess let's dabble with the black. Couple of options here. I think we're gonna go for a cartoony route. We could do like a very matte black, like bring back the matte color with like something like adding bone to black. Like if you're looking for a very realistic looking black, if you add bone to black, it gives you like a charcoal type of color, and that's pretty reasonable. But since this guy's like pretty since this guy is pretty colorful already, we're gonna keep doing like kind of bolder highlights, and we're gonna use Dark Reaper into this black situation. Oh yeah, that's a very good way. Yeah, you buy a second one, and then you can see like how much you've improved. That's a cool technique. I like that approach a lot. It's you know it's a slightly expensive approach, but then you can sell the other one to make up some of the cost of this. But yeah, I like this idea a lot. That's a good way. Okay, so black, we really have the big cloak and not much else in black. We have the holster. Let's start with the holster. And here we don't really have to be. Oh shoot, the gun had like another. Oops. Oh we. Oopsie. Okay, well. Good thing we're not doing the silver, just silver like shading. Just fuck that up. Right. That's yeah. There's really just a big cloak in the black here. We can start with like hedge highlights, and then we can add this in a different way. But like the edge highlight is like a good base point because okay, so now we can just thin this down a little bit. So we'll thin down our Dark Reaper that we can get like a smoother coat. Because if we do just like plain old like brush strokes, we're gonna get like a very like cut and dry type of highlight. And since we have like a big cloak with like lots of folds, we kind of need to take like extra time onto these highlights to make they're like a little smoother, because otherwise it's gonna be really weird and it's a very big. What I'm doing now is I'm gonna show you guys a little bit of a little trick here. So we're using this little paint here from this palette, so you can see it's very like liquid, right? Like if when I pull like this, it's like makes little droplets and it's very translucent. But then the trick is not really this. This is part of it, of course. The main trick is that before I paint, I wipe most of this off so that there's very little paint on my brush. Otherwise, it's gonna be super messy when I'm applying it on the mid, because it's gonna flow everywhere, and that's just so thin down paint, and then you like it's not like a dry brush situation, but like you want to remove a lot of it from your brush so it doesn't pool and you don't apply like a whole lot of paint. And that's kind of the key to using really thin down paint on me, is the wiping off part. This here we're gonna the filigree is super precise. So this is like a pretty rough transition. So we're not gonna get like a silky smooth like blend with only this, but we could. That would be a good way to get like to feather in a really smooth blend. Is what I'm doing. Is just we need to either thin this down a lot more and work in more steps, or use a color that's a little bit closer to the black first. So that would be a lot like smoother, but we don't have that kind of time. Well, we have all the time that we desire. I would like to have a cool gaming piece and do something that's like manageable. So I don't want to go over like oak here. I think that's a good like standard for like all of your like characters and stuff, is like every color that you paint, you make it 3 color. So like for example, like this black is like a black base coat, and then this dark reaper highlight, and then we add either one more highlight or we try to shade this with some more black. We get like 3 different colors into our color. Same thing like the gold, you know, we base coat of gold, and then we did our gilded flesh, and we could highlight it again or black line it, and then the gold is is 3 different colors, right? That's a good approach to miniature painting. In general, is like finding how many coats you're willing to do. Because this technique and this color, if we want, we thin it down a lot more, and then instead of doing like this one pass like I'm doing, you do 17. 17 is really hella long, but it's also going to give us like a silky smooth blending. Silky smooth. Want to be here doing 17 coats of like barely visible highlights with you guys. I think there's time right now. You're inclined to do this, and you know you're not streaming, trying to finish this mini in one sitting. More power to you. Beauty of the effort that you desire. Little philosophy. Now, the more I go, the less thin down my paint is, because now I know exactly where I want to put it, and also I already have like a base color. I'm not going straight up on the black, I'm going on the partly black, partly dark reaper color. So not right now, not the smoothest, but then again, we can work on this. Doesn't have to be. This is not like a final thing. If we want, we could even add some more, like some lighter color to this. You know what? That's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna add a little bit of the skeleton bone to this. And now this one we're gonna do really just highlight with this, because this is gonna be like now we're off removed from black. Like this is nowhere near color. Right. So that's kind of interesting, and it's not perfect, and we're gonna fix this later, but at least it gives us like a good starting point. And then I just realized that we should have done the inside of that cloak with the darker before adding in our bone, but that's the inside needs much less like work because this is literally where the sun don't shine. So not work. Right. Right. We don't need a whole lot more like this because again we're gonna shade this like a motherfucker later on, so that's fine. We'll give this like a quick minute to dry. We'll focus on some other part now, and that other part will be, I'm guessing, the burgundy or the beige. I think we do beige. So yeah, I guess we'll do the exact same thing that we just did. So right now we have this that color Steel Legion drab. So we're gonna add this in, and then Skeleton Bone's gonna be very much too light for what we want to do. So we're gonna have to thin this down and do maybe 2 passes to get like a something that's not like too rough. And then we're gonna shade this as well. It's this Skeleton Bone color. Oh yeah. And so you can see I'm doing my highlights in like lines, and so on the scroll it almost looks like we're kind of like cheating the little writing on it, you know. So we don't have to mimic like script or anything. The highlight kind of just does it for us. Where if you if you like print out the sheet and look at it from like a distance, you're not gonna be able to read much more. You can tell there's like something on there, but not big bold letter. I like that approach. We could do all the scrolls before doing the, because the scrolls we don't need to thin as much paint because we're still hash style of highlighting. With the cloaks, we want a little bit of the cloaks and the lion actually, the lion fur. Bobcat. Let's just call it Bobcat. You know, he is almighty, and he's slaying a big bobcat. This is a very Midwest thing. Lionel, the killer, the slayer of bobcats. That's I love his new lore. A big bobcat on the property. Got it. Uh, much less glorious though, but yeah. Right. Yeah. Okay. So cloaks and or animal. Let's just go for animal. I'm gonna insult you guys. You guys really like love the lion, the lore and stuff. Oh, they're insulting it wildly. So this is not again. This is not like the smoothest it can be. But we can work this in some more, and we can with the shading we can blend this in a lot better. That's that. That's that, and then the beast. Same thing with the beast. Start with like thin down paint. Like there's not fur everywhere, so we can't just like go with like a heavy dry brush. It's like fur is like pretty easy to dry brush to get like a starting point, but this one is not like full like furry thing. If we were really like into realism and stuff, this like there's some sides of this that should be like kind of skin colored because it's like the inside of the pelt, right? So if we were more interested in like putting out like a realistic piece or maybe a more detailed output, this would be a good one. But I'm more interested in having like a flamboyant gaming piece. Tackle this. I don't know if flamboyant is the right word, but I do think this guy is pretty like striking. Like it's a big, bold green armor and a blue power sword, and so you know it's kind of flamboyant. I could also like have like spots and stuff. Like there's a lot. The fur is the one of the cool things that you can do because you can really pull up like references and make it look like a really like an actual like animal that you can spot. That's like I think one of the coolest feature in like these minis that put like more work into is like when you can like name the animal that it's from like really easy. Oh, this is like a lion or a wolf or like I think wolves is like the hardest one because if you nail like a wolf look, it looks great, but then if you fail, it just looks like a weird fucking animal. Like wolves have like very specific like fur patterns, and if you just like try to like eyeball it, most of the time it fascinating thing. Okay, that's pretty. I mean, we're getting there, guys. We are getting there. So do we want to add? Maybe we'll add just like a little bit more of this bone color into the fur at least to make sure we get like this the full the full like bone highlight raised there. Okay, now. App. Hey, this is pretty sweet. Right. So now, so we have the burgundy. Oh, yeah. Let's do the. We had like a silver touch up, on the gun to do. So let's do that one. Just. I remembered. This is not like a real like touch up because I literally didn't paint this. I don't know if it still counts as a touch up. Okay, so, um, right, right. Next up, I think we can do. We'll pull out our cool ass burgundy color, and we'll oblige our friend Etienne that said more burgundy, burgundy all the way, or a comment to that effect. And we'll just add some burgundy stuff. And what is going to be the burgundy that we're going to add? The filigree on the cloak. That's why I wanted to do the highlights on the cloak before we do this. Leather grasp at grain would have been a good choice here. This is not like a. It has to be. I'm doing it burgundy because I have like an hyperfixation on this color. Apparently, that's what we're doing. But you don't have to. If we had like more white on this picture, we definitely white would have been like a probably the best choice because like white and black details are just great, you know. Um, because they contrast like nobody. But since we didn't include anything really white on the model, and that we're going for a more like a yellowish tone of like bone with the well whatever's bone colored on the mini, we don't. It's like Twitter; they don't really want to add the white. Um, sorry, this was okay. uh, okay, right, right. So that's Good. And now we have to highlight this. A bunch of ways to highlight this burgundy color, guys. Like a bunch of ways. Um, One of my favorite is to add Screamer Pink to it and then shade with black. And so the black shade takes away a lot of the pink from the Screamer Pink. And then a more natural way is to mix in some like bone color into burgundy, and then you get like a brick type of color. That's also really interesting. I'm leaning towards. That being said, I can't find it. So if I can't find it, Austin 804. Back to it then. Austin joining us. Guest of honor, folks. Screamer Pink had though. Well, tragic news for the pink lovers. I think we're gonna have to. I think we have to do the old-fashioned way. So we're gonna mix in colors. The reason I don't like to mix colors is because across an army, it's not great because then you end up with consistency issues, and consistency is what makes the most beautiful armies. So, yeah. So I tend to not want to mix colors. I tend to want to buy the proper color. So I would just find like a brick color and buy that if that was my whole army. But right now, we're strapped. You know, I'm here. I don't have the pink that my heart desires, that the chat desires, wants, deserves. Um, so, so we're just gonna mix it up the old-fashioned way. You know, not like it's 1998, and that's fine. We get like again. This is like a brick color, a red wine color, maybe. I don't know what to call it. It's like when you can't tell if it's more beige than it is burgundy. Is like the proper. And if this highlight is like too steep, we can just shade this like words, because that was our initial plan, right? Because like Screamer Pink is like it takes no prisoner, right? It's pink. No, ain't no way. So we have to shade it in a bunch of different ways if we don't want this to go. Oof. All right, so what we do, I think, got done with this. We'll use a super small brush. Then we'll do. This is a very masochistic thing, by the way. Like you can definitely dry brush this. The way that the feathers are kind of like lined up, pretty easy to do. But if you're like a masochist, you can do them one by one with like some effort, concentration. I don't think it's a smart thing to do. Looks nice. Is this the best use of our time? Probably not. Are we gonna do it? Yes, we will. Because it looks nice. Because we get like a lot of the details going on. It's not the worst use of our time, that's for sure. You're a positive, like a half glass full type of guy. This is not the worst way you can spend your time. cool thing about this burgundy is like we get to like modulate this color a whole lot because the shade that we use, like we can use a purple shade, we can use a red shade, we can use a black shade, like you know, like we get like a lot of options afterwards on what to do with it. If we want to bring more purple to it, we can use that. We can use the black just to keep it like very neutral. We can use the red if we want more vibrant color. There's a lot of options going. That's also a really cool thing. Because burgundy is red with like a lot of purple mixed in, right? About it, so you get access to the red part of it. You get access to the purple part of it. And we can also blackline the ever loving fuck out of all of this if we desire, which we probably will. You guys don't know. Every chance I have to blackline something is what ends up happening. This is another masochistic thing. This is not for everybody. Blacklining is a tedious process. It requires a lot of like brush control. For the most part, like it requires you to be pretty precise with it. I don't recommend. Effect it gives is pretty fucking baller. So it gives a really like cartoony vibe because like cartoons are always like blackline. That's so it's a look that I enjoy. So I tend to do it, even though. Speaking of sucking, this is not this one here. This went not the way that this sucks. Trying to put it in a different way, but no. It okay. Okay now. Right. You find the right angle with this, you can do like all of them at the same. You can highlight all of them at the same time. The man that made the ledge himself on my second screen while I pretend to work. Are you watching a Jean-Claude Van Damme movie? Is that what you're referring? Oh, thank you. I'm glad you're pretending to work to watch The Lion gets painted, bud. You got all the friends coming in. This is great. Thank you, guys. Make a fella feel special. Work. Okay. Okay. So okay. Well. We kind of salvaged it. Okay, it's a little bit shakier, but that's fine. We'll fix it in post, as they say in the cinema business. And in post just means shading this fucker. I like to see you doing a split between two trucks. I can totally do it. I'm not gonna show you, but I can. Man, that's right. I watched. There was a Bloodsport on Amazon Prime, so I just had to watch it. It's like it popped up in like the recommended or something section. I was like, sign. Whenever you see like Bloodsport, and then you just have to click. Like back when like TV like was a thing, but like when TV was a thing with like you get the TiVo stuff, or every time Forrest Gump was like on, I would need to like stop watching whatever, stop doing whatever I was doing and finish watching Forrest. I don't know why that fucking movie is so great. Um, But like every time it was like on, I had to like stop what I was doing, and I was like, oh, I guess this is what we're doing now. Like you stumbled on it by kind of Bloodsport, same thing. You know, Amazon Prime recommends watching Bloodsport. Well, Jeffy B knows what's up. We're watching Bloodsport. He has me pegged. It should be a Patreon. Yeah, hey, look, we'll restart the Patreon just for me to fucking die in between two trucks. That's I mean that's a good way to go. If there ever was a good way to go, that would be one of them. You know. And as long as it's broadcasted on the internet, right? Of course, Bloodsport is the best thing ever. Right. And I'm kind of doing the same thing as I did on the black, which is start with the hedge highlights that we want, and then kind of feather in the rest of the color with like way more thin down paint. It gives us something like this, which is like way smoother than just like a hard, a hard line. Again, because we don't want to spend like all day doing burgundy highlights. We have to pick our balance, so it's not gonna be silky smooth, but it's gonna be you have to find the right balance. Read about this. We can right. And this part here, I'm not too like I'm doing it, but really, yeah, we have to remember that this goes here, right? So like, not saying we don't give a fuck, but like realistically, like if somebody needs to have like a fucking flashlight and like he'd have to wiggle them all around with a flashlight, get his like phone flashlight in there and say, hey, missed a spot, buddy. At that point, I think we are free to just call over Austin from a different table and say, can you tell this man to fuck off, Austin? And Austin would oblige. Because that's the kind of friend that he is. He will gladly tell people to fuck off in your stead. Seen it before. I have seen it before. Okay, so we are doing well here, folks. We are doing well. So now we'll do. We have a couple of like shades to do on this fella, this fine fella. I'm just gonna add the claws here. Bobcat. Black claws on our bobcat. And then we'll work on like shading this stuff. We can do the two little perverts and the shield. Which, by the way, I have no clue. I wanted to hold off on the shield because I figured that we were not going to do it in gold. But now, the more that we're painting this guy, the less of an idea I have about what color we should paint it. So I have really not helped myself. Um, but that's okay. That is a okay. And then let's add just a quick highlight on themselves. Whatever. We'll just do like one line. We can do again. This is such a minute detail that we want to get one highlight in there, but we Like if we don't have at least one highlight, it's gonna look off. But also, this is like 5 tiny claws into like we're not right. So let's start with we'll find Black Templar first because Black Templar is really only for the silver, and there's very little silver going on this whole affair. So that's gonna like take us the least out of the should take us the least amount of time. The other ones. And so we're gonna thin down. Black Templar on its own is a little bit too potent, even for silver, unless you want like a really like burnished look. You know, like a like cast iron type thing where you get like the metallic sheen, but it's really it's color is really black. You want to thin this down like a whole lot. But the advantage of this is that this gives us like a very potent shade, which Null Oil is not that anymore, right? Like Null Oil is really dainty. The timid Null Oil is like a timid black shade, so it does not do what we want. Give us a deep contrast on the silver part. Like the metallics really work with the darkness. Well, most colors are like that, but like the brighter color really work because of the shading. A lot of time it's counterintuitive, but that is the way the cookie rolls. So metallics are a lot like that, where you get the best result with like some heavy shading because the metallic will already catch the light by itself. That's what's cool about metallics. So you don't really need to highlight it too much, as long as the what's dark is really fucking dark. That's also why the gold looks like ass before we shaded it. Is because there was no light whatsoever. And speaking of, we're gonna do favorite the lion face head thing. We are gonna blackline the shit out of this. And this is again, this is because I'm a masochist. Okay, that you should. This is not like a mandatory step or anything, but it does add a lot to the of the why I'm doing makes this part stand out a lot more. Just gonna kind of like crisp up the edge between the two colors. No, you boys like it extra crispy. And we can you can do this with like any other parts, but for me, this really just this little lion piece and maybe this one angel on the other side is really the two places where I want this to really stand. We have like the come on, buddy. Little text that's like highlighted, so we can even do it like inside the get the roll different. But I don't know. Again, you don't need to do. Started like about 8 words. I don't know if you guys can tell. I started 8 words. I finished 2 of them. Um, Right. So I think this kind of covers the black lining section. Oh, also slide. So that's about it. I think maybe some on this. Nah. If I do the foot, I'm gonna do the entire armor, and that's like asking. Be here for like an hour of me painting black line. So let's not do that. Okay. Right on. So now, let's do. We do next. Um, yeah, we can do black. Let's do null oil. Let's keep doing the black situation. So null oil, we're gonna do the burgundy because I don't think it needs like a whole lot, honestly, the burgundy, but maybe more definition. But I don't want to change the tone of it too much, so I don't want to introduce more purple or more red to it. I kind of like the way it is. Depth into it. Because if we add like purple or red shading, we're gonna get that depth as well, but we're also gonna change the color kind of significantly. Because the light like brick color, like the color that we used to highlight, is gonna take on this all new. It's either gonna become a red color or a purple color because we use so much bone into it, right? Like barely any color right now. So that's what we kind of want to avoid, if at all possible. And then we're gonna do the entire cloak here as well. And so that will, first of all, that will cheat the highlighting and the black lining, sorry, into the so quality time doing that. But also it's gonna smooth out this highlight that we did that was maybe a little bit rough. Not too rough, but a little bit. And we're going for one even coat on this. We're not letting it pool anywhere. This is not the idea here. Maybe if we let it pool anywhere, it's gonna be around the filigree. But on the other parts, we really just want one even coat just to bring all the colors together. Like we don't really need to create any more shadows because the recess is already black. So what are they gonna, blacker? It's not. That's not how that works. So since we don't really need to create more shadows, we don't need this to pool anyway. What did like on the feather situation where now we want to create shadows, so now we're heavy on it. But that's not the case right Okay. Okay. We have this cloak here, and this cloak we're gonna do a much more controlled shading. Again, we don't really want it to pool on this. Not a whole point having insane shadows, especially because they're gonna be really steep. Like if we add like black shadows to this burgundy color, this is not gonna it's not gonna do. But we do want to thin this down, maybe bring all the colors a little more together. We do the holster as well, but there's not a whole lot going on the holster that we. And all of this, if you want, spend some extra time on it, you could just use like thin down black paint and just go like way more with a lot more like control, and that allows you to bring back a lot of that black to the color that you're doing. But it does take like a significant amount of time and control. The Rock, the monastery fortress of the Dark Angel, is named after a gay bar near the first Games Workshop HQ. This is an amazing. This is the information that I was after. Do I care about the lore? Not really. Do I care about this very specific piece of the adjacent to the lore? Yes, very much so. Thank you for bringing this. I kind of hope that this is true. Like I hope this is documented somewhere. That this is like a factual thing, because it's like the Green Knight is only painted on one side type thing. I don't know if you guys ever heard of this like tinfoil theory of the model of the Green Knight, the Bretonnian Knight. Apparently, because it's always photographed in the exact same angle. A lot of people say, well, it's kind of only one side is painted that way because it's insane. And in the Warhammer world, when it was like on display, it was in the far back of a case, so you could never see a different angle of it. And so it's kind of I think they put it there just to fuel that conspiracy. But I really love this type of tinfoil thing. This is the type of lore that I'm after. Oh, like Games Workshop didn't release female sculpts for like 10 years because before the computer there was only one guy that used to sculpt females, and he left the company, and then they could never get anybody else to, you know, sculpt correct female proportions, so they just kind of gave up for. I think that Louise from Rogue Hobbies confirmed it. Really? Wait. Did she confirm about the Rock being a gay bar, or did she confirm about the Green Knight being only one side, or both? Is she like spilling all the beans, or just some? Are some beans? Oh, yeah, partially, but the partially painted, I knew that like already. It's just the Green Knight was like a fun one because they really fueled into that myth. But like the partially painted thing, I knew. Keith Robertson told me at some point. I met him at like a game day, and I was like talking to him about something, and he said, "Well, like a lot of the minis, they only a very specific angle needs to be painted for them to be like approved." And I was like, "Are you shitting me?" He's like, I thought that was like really fun. I hope I'm not putting him in trouble. This is like 20 years ago, or so, like game day 2009 when it was in Canada, so I don't think it matters really. But I think we're past the statute of limitation on this nugget here. But and all that being said, this little fun character here. Believe it or not, this guy is actually getting paid. So now the last like thing, well, not last because we're missing like a bunch of stuff, but on this specific guy, we need to shade the beige color, and that we're gonna use sepia. I can find sepia. Kevin HF3JD. The fuck is sepia color? You think I'm playing? No. I'm gonna pull them all out if I need to. Oh, there we go. Oh shit. Almost kicked. Challenge. That's okay. We can do this with the little that we have left. So we could leave it like this. On like in all honesty, we could leave it as is because it gives us like a very clean like light break into our mini. The shading will make it more akin to the gold a little bit because sepia has like a lot of yellow to it. So I think we do it. I think we add it, but we would not be, would not be forced. Not like a do this or it sucks. I think we just do it because I like the darker tone is really what appeals to me. Because if we darken this, then the sword becomes that much more interesting with the white, the blue. Because like contrast and visual appeal is really based on the surrounding the surrounding colors more than the color itself. Like this is an eye-catching pattern for sure. But if the entire mini is like super bright, or if the entire mini is blue, then suddenly your power weapon is not that interesting and not that eye-catching, right? So it's a that's why like non-metallic metal, for example, does not work as well if your mini's not like finished painting, just because you have nothing to kind of compare it to in terms of like the light situation. So this like all of these like effects that we put into the mini, they work as a whole, not a vacuum by themselves. Coming to this TED talk, I don't know why I went on this very specific rant. Yeah, this definitely this is I like this a lot more just because again it ties in with the gold a lot more. Yeah, because Casgill is like Magarag Trekker, Margaret Tractor, Oaken. Okay. Okay, now. Then this is very shiny, but it's because it's not dry yet, right? So it's not gonna stay this insanely shiny color forever, right? Now let's do eyes and then maybe fuck up this entire miniature at the very, took us 2 hour, took us 3 hours to get to that point. So let's fuck it up right real good with this with the eyes here. And yo, it's better. Oh, it's Kevin. Oh, that Kevin. So many Kevins. I mean, kinda. I could. I mean, I've talked with Gab about this. We're gonna do. This is like a spoiler. Little spoiler. We're gonna do like a group airbrush. Like learn the airbrush. We're gonna have a like a group course event. There's no date tied to it. Um, because apparently for some reason I'm not their first priority in this like store, whatever bullshit that means. Um, but they have lots of stuff, like before Christmas. Fuck with the stores too much, but yeah, we talked about that. So like that's happening for sure. Like an intro to airbrush course that's going on for sure. Then I'll look into more into like different things. Like um the main thing about like me doing classes at the Vice is very stupid. Is I live downtown, and so if I want to go to Vice, I need to Uber there because the bus is really bad. And so this like kind of stops. That's why I go play only with Max. Usually it's because Max just like comes pick me up and then we go play. It's the stupidest thing, but it's just like it saves me like Uber fees every time I want to play Warhammer or give courses. So and then I know it's like a stupid thing, but to me it's a very funny um aspect of like yeah, I know it's not. I'm not saying it's impossible. Come on, you guys are making me sound like the laziest piece of shit known to me. That's not what I'm saying. It's just a lot of like what I'm doing is based off of the fact like I'm not. Fuck you guys. You know what? Fuck. Hey, fuck you guys. Okay. Don't do me like this. This is not, you don't do me like this on my own stream, okay? But yes, I don't think I'm never like really like strapped for it. Like, oh no, what am I gonna do? Yeah, but it's because they have I call this like government buses. So basically, where the store is located is really close to like a like it's a suburb basically. So there are buses going from the store towards where I live, which is downtown, in the morning and in the late afternoon. Because like if you work like a 9 to 5, so basically you go from where almost where the store is at 9 a.m. to go to your job, and then at 5 you come back. So the buses are like there's only two ways. When I go like in the afternoon, is like if I go there, I cannot come back on like my own volition without Ubering, which it amuses me greatly. But, um, but it's like it's a real thing. It's a dumb thing to explain, but it just I find this like I'm sorry with all this like bus talk. Like we need a tramway. That's what we uh solve this specific issue. No, what I'm doing now is just highlighting these extra little bits of the sword. Oh my! I don't. What is this? Oh, it's not even a. Oh, it's a test. There's a test emergent, guys. Well, good to know that if there is danger, we will be alerted, guys. Okay. Two. Right. And then we could do like the middle of the sword here. This is like a. I'm not gonna do it. You could do it. I don't think it adds too much to the mini. Then what I want to add a little bit of Black Templar. Uh, Russia's come. Alright, guys, calm down. I'm getting canceled. Cat, this is not the witch. You don't get to go crazy on it. No man's cat, but you have to be a well-behaved boy. I think. I'm gonna add some more black lining because right. Then we have eyes. They're not. I don't want to do something insane with them. I don't care too much. Okay. Right. And then this mini, what we need now, the last like, kind of thing I guess we need on this piece, because we have the three other pieces to fidget with, um, is to edge highlight a couple more pieces of the armor, because I've kind of kept that for last here, but we do want to need it. This is going to add like a little bit of a crispness to the armor. And let's start with rivets, I guess. They're Oh, thanks for being here. I know this is a long stream, guys. This is a like a big model, pretty detailed, and I don't want to just mail it in because it's heat painting this or whatever. So I know it's a longer stream than what we're usually doing, but since we stream less often now, I don't feel. Gabby about doing. Oh well, huh? So we don't need to do all of the don't need to do all of the lines. The ones that work best are the ones that go next to the darkness. That gives us like a very bold. This is usually the time where our buddy the green wombat comes into giant enemy. Would be. We have we have the helmet on. Whoa, almost dropped it, but I didn't. But I almost did. Right. Okay, and then I guess we can. And we could even use like a much lighter green color if we wanted to, like some like a war boss green called goblin green. That would have worked as well. Maybe not mood green. Mood green is my favorite, but it might be too light for this. Because the Dark Angels, you always want to keep some of that like darkness going on. Otherwise, it becomes like really quickly into a salamander. What the fuck? Stop the fucking alarm! What the fuck is this? Sorry, they're like government is like testing some SMS whatever thing. I don't know why they send it like 3 times. You have to answer. All right, so again, this is another longer step here. Like it's worth it to do. Does bring out like all of the extra crispiness. I'm not too sure. Need it because there's gonna be a shield over there, so bother with this. All right, almost done. Then we can move on to the shield and the two little perverts. Again, really, I'm just really interested in thing for streaming purposes. Do we want? I don't think it needs. I don't think we need like a lot. Oh, maybe the hand over there. I don't know. If I don't know if what they read is annoyance, then it works because it really did nothing for me. This alarm. I don't feel safe or alarmed. Okay, so I think that's like enough in terms of the highlight, because just with this compared to like the previous step, we get like a lot more direction, like the legs especially, and then even the face, we get like the crisp lines from the armor. So I like that, and like we're not going too heavy, right? Like we could do every aspect. I'm not about that life. I think it's too much for too the reward. The reward is not worth the this. I'm not too sure about the base. Maybe we'll try a new. We have some more viewers. I tried a poll earlier. It's a new YouTube option. I don't know. Well, it's new to me actually. I think bigger channel used to have it. Maybe now they unlocked it for everybody, every Joe Schmo, which is me. We can do a poll. So, um, base color, and then we'll do desert. So I think these are our three best bets. So let's do start poll and see if it works. So you can pick any of these options for the base. But now we'll work on the other thingies. Use the shield. Oh no, there it is. So we'll use our airbrush now. And the shield color, I think. I think I like burgundy for the shield color. You know, you know. Let's do the shield color first. No one's stopping us. Okay. Oh, we got some votes. Hey, thank you. Okay, guys, good job. Good job at the voting. We got at least 2. That's how I know that there's multiple votes. Ooh. Okay, this works. Now the burgundy. Just give this like a big shake. Should work. Oh yeah. Should work out. Yes. Come on. Come on. Well, I didn't get into the airbrush. That's a wrong hole. All right, and we'll add just a little bit of a thinner, sure, and we'll wipe this down before I fuck up some more. Right. Right. Two. Oh yeah. So we'll do kind of the same thing here, where we'll leave a lot of the black showing the bottom of this the shield, but the top is going to be all. All burgundy. So like this looks like ass until we do the detail, because now it's all messy. But once we add in the details, it's gonna work out much better. But it does. I know it looks like ass until we get to that. Yeah. It tis what it is. This is one of those, one of those techniques that sometimes it looks like ass for a little while, and then we'll just get our highlight color right up in this bitch. So, and so again, this looks a little bit weird, but once we add all the colors on there, it's gonna work out. So next up, we will start. I think these guys will look good in black cloaks, because that's really why I kept them last. Is we have to figure out like how how the model looks like before we do these dudes, because so like my first color I thought would be green. I thought green would be the one that looked best, but because our armor is so vibrant now, I don't think so anymore. So if we had started with these guys and painted them in green, now we'd be like not in trouble because really it's just plastic miniature. But um, right. So now move all of with the black hat. Move this away for an accident to happen. So we'll do black, and then we'll just splice in some of that dark reaper. That's plenty. And yeah, I'm going to leave the poll up until we get to that point, which is kind of like later because we finish all of this before we. Again, I want to make sure I get the black that's not the primer because the primer is very matte work. And I'm sure you can put like a lot of effort into these little dudes and make their cloaks super interesting, but I think they're just best as just like uh, seeing them as like accessories on the model and not going like crazy on these. Um, and in my mind, that's what's gonna work better for us is getting getting clean little perverts and not worry too much about it. A little thinner. Shit brush. Right. This here. Okay, this is terrible. This is not. Okay, well, we fucked that up. Okay, take two. Don't worry. We'll just have to rinse out the black a lot more, and then I think it's because Dark Reaper is for even though it's like a very dark color, this is not quite like potent. And whereas Black Legion, the black color that we just used, that stuff is like the bitterness. So yeah, we didn't get like a good spread of colors. It's like even though there was about like 50-50 of the mix, because one color is like not too strong and one is very strong, we got like none of the one and all of the other. Oh, lo and behold, now we got right. So now we're just gonna just do a little zenithal thing, nothing crazy. Okay. Nothing crazy. Okay, we don't need to. Yeah, we don't need to get carried away with this. We just want to get some sort of highlight. And we'll just add like a big dot of this. And then we'll shake this. Buddy. Again, same thing, very light. Like so. So now we have, just some color on there, and we can shade this to bring it back a little bit more of that black into the recesses. These are like the same colors that we use on the lion's cloak, so we'll be very, very close to it. So that's done. We don't need to do anything glowy, really, and we did the shield, so we can clean this airbrush out. We will not be using it anymore today, or for this stream. I'm probably going to use it today, but not this. Alright, I'll just give it a quick rinse, and just so that it doesn't like clog in here while we finish the mini. But really, I want to clean this. Oof. Hold on, like deep clean this is not the place. Okay, boring. Not do that. Okay. All right. You know what? You know what I haven't had in a long time? Sip coffee. Very room temperature coffee. Extremely room temperature, but it's almost done. So. All right. Yeah. So let's start with the shield. There's really no rhyme or reason to why start with the shield or not the shield or whatever. So we'll do gold. Sorry, it's gonna be a little bit weird because I don't have anything really to hold it, so the view might not be the best here. Apologies in advance if this gets a little wonky. Not the intention. What I might do is like have these so that we can grab it. But if I grab, oh look, oh well, we might be if I grab onto the heels and stuff. This brush is way too big for what we're. It's not like I have like 3 right next to me that I could switch to, but you know, we're not gonna do that. If I fuck up, it creates content. YouTube and people like it. They go, oh, he's just like us. He makes mistakes and dumb decisions sometimes. He okay. Okay to make mistakes. Be too attached to the outcome. Mistakes. Little oopsie region over there. We'll get that. Okay. Brony over there. Here up. Oh. I don't know. I don't know when the next stream is going to be. I still have the Magnus. I bought a Magnus for the. I wanted to do a like a 1,000 subscriber like special stream, and so I did the really financially responsible thing of buying a Magnus model because you know I thought you know 1,000 suns I have a because you 1,000 followers. So I thought that was cool. But I didn't get around to it. So I still have it here. So that's probably going to be the next like that we do, and that's most likely going to be in December, because that's fun. But I don't know when exactly. Stay tuned for that. Might be like a Christmas stream. Because what else am I gonna do? On Christmas Day, except watch a Christmas Story. Um. Okay, right. So now let's do the inside details here. So okay, this is really cool, but it makes no sense as to why there was like an eagle biting down on a snake. With the design of it makes absolutely no sense. It's a really cool. And we're not. Yeah, you could go like crazy and do like a quarter pattern or do these things in different colors. I think just solid like burgundy and gold is very regal in terms of colors. So we're not gonna. I don't think we need to fuck with it too much to make it look good. That's what I'm going for. Whereas maybe if there was not like this, like the sculpt teeth, like if there was not the eagle inside, or if the design was not that like large and stuff, maybe it would make sense to do something different with it. But since it's got like a very big design, I don't feel the need to overcomplicate. I will do the two gems in blue, of course. Oh, the snake represents the K. Oh, I see. Okay. It's still weird that it's just not like the classic like double-headed eagle. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Like, why would your personal brand be a snake coiled around you? Like, are you saying that like this is like a mission of guilt, almost like he's surrounded by chaos. That's circled by chaos. Weird. This is a weird design. He, yeah, whatever. It's like the snake is like coiled around the eagle. Like a weird. I don't know. I'm just saying. Oh, so it represents the Mars. And oh, I see. I didn't know that. That's interesting. I did not know this. So the two eagles is the Imperium and the Mechanicus. Being buddy buddy. I see. I see how it is. Right, and then I think the inside we don't really need to fuck with because, as far as I can tell. Oh well, yeah. I guess the top. Okay, fine then. No, I was trying to be. Yeah, he's legally allowed to not care about. There's some responsibilities over there that he has to. The civic duties is there. Right. gonna blacken the side here of the shield, and then we're gonna add just like a couple of details in silver, just to be thorough, really, because this is really this is a detail that's like hidden really deep inside the mini. That's why even the bottom we're not really gonna. I'll just do this little part here because that's where I kind of fucked up with the gold. Well, you get to fix it for free, basically. So this, and then we'll do the silvery thing. And then I think the logical way to do this is like we glue this thing on and then we paint it. Or maybe we shade the inside and then we do what I just said. It's like shading the gold is much trickier. Well, no, okay, no, never mind. We can. Because my problem is not the painting. Is what do we do with the piece once it's shaded and then we want it to dry, right? That's why I'm thinking of gluing it. So what maybe I think what we do is we shield the we shade the inside of the shield. So this side here. And then we rest it like this, and then once that is done, then we glue it on because that's the part that's really in the way, anyway. So I think that's gonna be our play. So we'll give this a little breather because we don't care about it, and we'll start on this guy. We'll do both of them. I guess let's start with gold as well on this. Doesn't matter. Matter about where we start. We'll do the little banner thingy situation first. I'm not too careful about anything that's not the cloak because nothing is really gonna remain black on this like staff thing. Care too much? Maybe the banners will. I don't know. The banners will leave black for now. We need to have a think about this. You guys seem to be really more aware of the lore than me. So are these banners supposed to represent something? Like one of them is, bone color for the Deathwing, and one of them is, black colored for the. No, it cannot be that because well, yeah, it could be that. It can be whatever we want. Whatever. Is this supposed to be like a very specific thing, or can we do whatever the fuck we want with this? Because again, unless this is like a very specific thing, we're just gonna go for rule of cool with all. Might still do. Well, one of them is teal and one of them is yellow, and this is because like what I mean, like this we would not be doing that, even if that was lore accurate. Because otherwise, we will put it next to the mini, and then just go from visual from vibe. We'll vibe it, buddy Tim. Because we can have kind of a very similar approach to this, which is if we do a couple of base coats, nothing's really stopping us from gluing these two dudes on the bases and finishing them on the base. Legally allowed. You need to paint them as Smurf. That's the rule. The lay of the land is paint them as Smurfs. Well, thank God we don't see the bodies or the hats on these. Maybe inside is an actual like Smurf. We shall never know. Oh no, this one has a hand poking through. Damn it. Plan. Contractually obligated to paint blue because I just said so. Oh no. Oh, this guy's like, oh, this is this guy's ball. He has like a freaking big gold chain. I love this dude. Oh man. This is my guy right here. baller. He is. Look at that. Oh, he's gonna have. Yes. What a baller. Little pervert in the bathrobe with a fucking gold chain. This is what I'm. Yes, Games Workshop. This is a win. Cool discovery we just made. Uh, here we go. We have to be careful. We're using a very big brush. And less touch up we have to do on these little guys, the better it is, because I want to be spending. Not where I want to be spending time. I want to do this on the main man, not on the. So let's just do. We'll take a smaller brush because the other guy also had a gold chain. So I'm really on board with the washers in the dark being these large gold chain. That's like I appreciate it. They're just out there being extra. This one is an ego. This is great. This is the best, guys. This is the best thing ever. So happy we're doing this. A stupid little detail that makes me unreasonably happy. I'm all about this. Okay, now. Perfect. So that's we'll give this like a little breather, and then so we'll do the because the shade thing needs to dry before we can. So this is like a multiple like steps process. So we're gonna start this now. Leave it to dry. So, you know what? We have to work at it in like a couple of different. Yeah, different step. Yeah, yeah. I said it the correct the first. So now I'm just really looking to do the inside, not really overlap this take our time. I'm trying not to hit the sides at all. And the reason for that is that if we hit the sides, it's gonna dry kind of a little bit weird. So that's fine. So now we can leave this and we'll do the black right now as well on this for the same reason, so that we can once this is dry, we can glue it on and then kind of finish it. Um, Otherwise, we'll get to that part, and then we have to wait. Basically, we have to wait like 3 different times on this, so we need to pace ourselves here if we don't want to do all of this waiting kind of at the same time. You know what I mean? If we do everything else, then we do this. We have to wait, and we have nothing. Then we glue it on, and then we have to wait, and we have nothing to do. And it's so kind of to get this done like kind of as fast as possible, so that our break time are like planned ahead. This is a big. This is stupidly enough, this is a big part of like speed painting, is figuring out where stuff needs to dry, so that you don't end up being like working on this thing when it's supposed to be drying. Next, so we'll do red. So what I'm thinking is this guy goes on this side here. So what I'm thinking is the banner should be burgundy. The flags basically should be burgundy, because that's the I don't want to add too much green to these guys because the armor is the green thing. So the less green we put everywhere else, the better is what I'm feeling. Again, if this was like more of a speed painted thing where we wanted to just get like a models on the table with our Dark Angel army, we could just do this thing as if it was glowing, and that would save us like a whole lot of effort and trouble. And it would look pretty good too, because it would be like a very big like focus point on the mini, especially if you pair it with the sword. If you do the same thing with the sword, then you have like a whole lot of like glowing thing on both sides of the model. That's kind of an approach to it. And also, I don't see like a big value in doing these a different color, right? Like we could consider this, but I don't think it brings anything to have one red and one black, or one red and one bone color, for example. Like I don't think. I don't think we have anything to gain by that. Unless you guys think really different. In case I will consider it. You know, if you guys strongly disagree with one of my weird takes on painting, say so, and then we'll consider it and then try it. Like adding more color is not necessarily a sign that like that it is not like a gauge of how pretty a miniature is, right? That's the fine print on this is that is like it's not because we put more color on there that we end up with a better mini. Oftentimes it's the exact opposite actually, whereas you put way too many colors and then kind of stuck. So I think my no green approach is gonna not work on this because I feel like the sword thing. Is that word? Sheet? Sheet? Uh, I think this we're gonna have to paint in green. It's the color that makes the most sense out of this. Yeah, I could see silver. Maybe silver would be a good compromise here if we really don't want the green. I don't think we're that like opposed to it. Like I don't think it's gonna be such a deal breaker, like doing fuck up our entire thing. I can see. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think do we risk it with the silver looking a little bit shady, sketchy, or do we just go with green? And I don't know. I'm gonna let you guys ponder on this and tell me what to do. And meanwhile, I'm gonna mix in a little highlight here color for our burgundy, and I'm gonna start working that because it's not gonna. Oops. Well, that hoodie is a painting hoodie. Let me tell you, because it's got a big stripe of burgundy on it. That's great. Motherfucker. Whatever. Well, There we go. It was not working, guys. It was not working at all. But now it is. Okay, so burgundy highlights. Well, right now. Same thing that we did on the mini. So we start with hedge highlights and then work our way into more regular and softer highlights. On these ones, they're kind of like they're really slim, pretty easy to. Even though I don't want to spend much, I don't want to spend much time on this. We kind of have to keep up with the rest of the mini. Like if we half-ass this part, even though like it's a small like minor detail, it's gonna look odd because the rest of our mini is like really highly detailed and highlighted properly and everything. So again, the whole the whole mini is more important than each part, right? So if we half-ass this, we weaken the rest of the mini because this little part is, even though it's not important because it's not worked correctly, everything else is wacky. We don't want that. Well, maybe you want that. Do a little highlight. Perfect. And so now we're gonna go for well, maybe now's a good time to glue on the shield to the guy, so that we can proceed to the next like waiting part. So it's gonna take us a second. Weird hole there. That's probably not because it's wiggling. Okay, take two. Ah, that's yes. Okay. This right. So that's way more like it. Perfect. And again, the top part we already shaded, and it's the visible part because the bottom you need like a really weird angle to be able to see it. At which point somebody tells you it sucks, you just tell them fuck off. You know, like they're holding your mini upside down trying to find this, like, you know. Okay. Keep on trucking. Put this guy away. Mess with it too much. Yeah, okay, let's do small brush and then the green on the sword thingy. I think we don't have a choice. We have to do the green sword thing. Don't know that. Like I know how what it is, but I can't spell it correctly without autocorrect, and I have absolutely no idea how to. It's just a sword thing. Like I would type it, and then Word or Google Docs or whatever would figure out what I was trying to say and correct it for me. That would be great. I definitely think green is the better of the two options. Like the silver is a decent option if we really did not want to add green. I do think green overall looks is gonna look better, especially like this dark green color. We do have like a black touch up the side here. There's got away from us. Got away from us, folks. So that's fine. Um, and then we could shade this. Right? Yes, there's reason not to. Could shade all of this gold situation. Oh no, let's fix. No. Let's not get carried away. We're almost finished, by the way. I'm when we're like really close to the finish line, I get a little bit more chaotic with what I'm doing, so I have to pace myself. So I apologize if this is like extra messy. Not by design. It's just I get like that when I'm project. Next we have a little bit of silver. There's a couple of details in silver. There's like a stud on the banner situation. There's like a couple of like details on this stud right here. Two. Shockingly enough, is the gold normal, regular, boring ash. Sucks to say. Okay, right on this. Um, so are we ready to move into the next? Well, I guess we should do the bone color next. It also makes sense to finish our base coats forward with anything. And this model is gonna be, but it's gonna be what like a four. Yeah, we have a 4-ish hour, so 4:30. This is kind of a decent. Like it's a long stream, but it's pretty good. Like one sitting 4-hour mini is pretty cool. Like we did not really like tried to go as fast as possible, right? It was pretty. I think overall it was a pretty like relaxed painting session. Like it was not like a let's hurry up and try to make quick as possible type of thing. So apply yourself, or if you try to get it done quicker, um, there's a lot of ways to do. Also, none of what we did was really complicated, so I don't think this is like a. I don't think none of maybe the edge highlighting is probably the only step that was like really more of an advanced technique, because everything else is pretty basic. Like we didn't go too crazy with anything. You know, the couple of things. Maybe the sword is not that advanced. Oh, that's kind of cool. These parchments are like they're ending in like an arrow. This is very chaosy though. You know what I mean? Like these, like look at the parchment. They're like arrow shaped. This is a very chaos thing. Highly suspicious. Hope nobody thinks anything about. Stared at a light that was. Let me. Maybe we should have done this base coat before what I'm. Okay. Okay. Cool. And then we do need to highlight a couple more. This is kind of stupid. We need to highlight a couple more of the burgundy color. I noticed it while I was painting the other stuff. It's got like some parts did not get like the shield being one of those parts. Well, edge highlight on this. Right. Okay, we are very close to completion here, folks. What do we do next? Let's highlight these the scrolls that we just did. That's a logical step again. Smart way, even though we're close to. It's like right now we can stop being like smart in terms of like what makes most sense and just go. Let's finish this and like we can try to get stuff finished, or we can kind of keep going with our system. Um, right now I'm trying to keep up with the system just I think it makes more sense a viewer perspective, but like on my own, I tend to like to finish stuff because it gets the ball going. Like when you start to finish things, the motivation is there to finish more things. So that would be a good approach, but it's a little bit more chaotic and left and right. So we're gonna try not to get carried. Maybe we fail, maybe we succeed. Who knows, right? Who knows? Yeah, again, that's reasoning behind this, thought process behind this, both of these. Why? Yeah. There's the seals on the shield, of course. Those. I guess the kind of the last detail is gonna be the 2 gems. There's like 2 gems on the shield, and so that's gonna be kind of last because we have to shade the. I think next up we'll shade the gold. So again, because we want to time this drying period, so we want the shade on the gold of the shield to be dry when we get to the gems that we have to do on there. So we'll do that next. I guess it's gonna be the first of our like shading section, just so that it has time to dry while we do the other shading. I just now realized I have not eaten all day. I'm like my stomach is like growling. I'm like, this would explain food after this. Okay. Okay. Pardon me. I guess it's because the burgundy shield being next to the purity seal kind of maybe that was not the smartest. Maybe we should have done the shield a different color, guys. You know, I mean, I don't like it looks like ass because the gold is not shaded, but maybe that was not the best decision on that front. We'll see. I guess we'll see now because we're gonna do what I just said was we're gonna start our shading process with the shield, with the gold on the shield. That is. So I guess that should give us like a better idea of maybe the burgundy color on the shield was wrong. We'll see. We're gonna be pretty generous with contrast paint. Does like all the work. There's like a lot of for something so small. There's like a lot of texture because the inside part of the shield is like all textured. This gives us some good shading. This is like really potent stuff. So we, even though we're like going kind of hard with it, we do have to be careful around the other surfaces because this will stain really quickly. It's like a weird like orangey color too. So like really, you don't really want to stain anything with this orangey. Ugh. Ugh. Hey, what's up? Yeah, yeah, almost. Yeah. Well, we let's say we flew through this, but it's still a 4 hour stream, so it's not But yeah, we're getting there. We are definitely getting there. Okay. Then let's do this guy, and it doesn't matter of the two we are doing. It's pretty great because I wasn't sure if it was like a one sitting model. Like I'd never Lion is this is my very first one. I've never painted this mini before, which is kind of a rare thing for me to be fully honest with you guys. Not a whole lot of minis that are not like brand new that I haven't painted because of the commissions, and also because I'm a degenerate at collecting me. But so that was a really fun. But I wasn't sure it was like something that we could realistically do in like one day. But then we're way past lunchtime though, so title might be misleading, but started with out of good intent. Oh, poo. Oh no, yeah, I forgot. We had to do the like the staff of this, so we'll do that in green as well. It fits with the other guy. Uh, but it's kind of cool, I guess, because the green is not highlighted or shaded. I just realized, so kind of worked out for us that front. Happy accident. So let's just put the green. But that's kind of fun because I do need to. I do need this shading thing to be done on the shield before we go any further. So um, I don't mind doing the shading now and then. Just gives it more time to dry on the shield. Especially because we went kind of heavy. We went kind of heavy with this stuff, so it's gonna take more time to dry, right? Sometimes when you want stuff to be dry quicker, you just go, oh, just use less of it and then it dries faster. But this is not one of the not a compromise that I'm ready to make right now. Okay. Oh boy. Oh, so Wasteland is losing in popularity here for the base. What's the other? Oh, I see. Okay. 22 on the other ones. Okay. Well, that's fine. So it's losing in popularity, but like it's still streets ahead. Um. Right. So let's do the green thing. We're gonna have to be careful though with this because now we're dodging around like basically a completed thing. Also, this gold is just shaded, so very careful. What we're gonna do is we're gonna kind of leave a little bit of the black lining, accidental black lining, basically. That way we don't get too close to the shade, like still wet, and we don't end up mixing it with the grain. Again, because our shade is like mostly orange, mixing in green with that shade is like pretty much the worst thing that you could. You're gonna get this dark brown that look like poop, like very quickly. Literally, poop color is orange and green. Okay. So not right. But that's done. We did that. We did done that, and we did not fuck it up too bad. Hey, us. Let's do. Let's take our Seraphim Sepia leftover. Now I look if I have some more of this color. Out to finish this. And now we'll do the seals with this, the purity seal. So let's start with our boy here, main man. Yeah, we don't need this, but since we did it on the mini, we have to do it on the accessories thing. Like we kind of made this executive decision before all of our. You have to stick with it. Sorry, I was like really off camera. Oopsie. It's been a while since I've done this. I'm rusty. I'm rusty, guys. I'm get back to it. Here. And so I think we don't glue these guys yet on the base because we'll actually paint the base before sticking these two little pervs on it. That should give us make it a little easier time, I guess, for the base. So that's done. Let's highlight the son of a ow. uh, Apologies for the seasickness that's going on here for you guys. I that's fine. I didn't break the camera and didn't break my hand, so like both are wins in their own right. Right, so now we'll highlight this green. Right. You don't need to go crazy about any of this. I don't even think we need to shade because the mini. Remember, we shaded the green, and then we re-highlighted this. But I think with just these two colors, we don't need to go. We don't need to go any deeper than this for these small details. Maybe the sword we give it a maybe on the sword here. Maybe we give this like a null oil shade just because there's like details and stuff, and so the null oil is gonna make it stand out a little bit. That would be an idea. Sure. But other than that, it's the same thing. I don't think I want to do like a glowing face under the hood. I don't think that adds too much to this miniature because these are pointless details that you don't necessarily need to stand out too much from the mini. It's not the like people want to see the lion, not the two dum dums carrying his stuff around when they look at this piece. Right. That's fine. Was there silver on this guy? I don't think. Eh. So this guy is done unless we want to shade the burgundy, which I don't think we do. Honestly, there's not. Well, yeah. Again, for the sake of consistency, we shaded all the other burgundy parts. Might as well shade this. We'll just do a light one, not like a super heavy coat of this. Start with like the tip, work towards the. This is on. Give us like more shading towards the recesses. Like that's the theory anyway. Is like if you start where you start is going to be less shaded than where you end painting. Kind of drag it around where you want more darkness. I guess on the belt it's also going to look nice. Got all this small detail. Crazy here. All right, this guy fully done. Conversion idea: a giant watcher with two little lionels. Yeah, yeah. Oh man, this is expensive stuff, but I like it. Um, because you could also make this a giant thing where you just like 3D print like a fucking huge watcher. You just buy two regular Lionels. You have like a. It's a great convert. Like the washer being the most important part of the army. I like that idea a lot. It's like I don't even remember when they released the Bellicor and they were like it's a Space Marine lieutenant and there was like this like Space Marine lieutenant dead on the base. You can buy this Space Marine lieutenant and it also comes with a big ass demon if the same idea. You buy Watchers in the Dark, and you also get like a Dark Angel army by accident. Um, here we. Yeah, knights a knight-sized Watcher exactly. And then we'll take black down. Then again, we're gonna go for the masochistic route here. As much as I'm trying to finish this mini, wrap up the stream. You know, we're gonna do a little masochistic moment here, and we'll just do the little like I guess it's like stars or something. It's really weird. There's like tells them to and it all the little black line, the like the outline of this little big ass eagle. Again, that's really stupid. You should not be doing that, but I like it because it makes it pop. And we could do like we could maybe we will I don't know. But we could do the laurels and the snake as well, and that would make the snake stand out from the eagle, and the crown of laurels stand out as well from the head. We'll start with the generic height, black line, sorry. And if we feel like we need some more, then we'll do that. But we don't have to commit to it until we're done with like all the regular black lining. Stream as often as all out. Right. Right. Fuck. Damn it. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, so but the good news is, besides the fact that I just broke it, all we have to do now is the two little gems on this guy, and then the base, and then we are done with this miniature. So that's really cool. So now what I'm gonna do is remove the excess glue here. That somehow, for some reason, there was glue on this piece here. Almost if somebody tried to glue it twice and then tried again, and then it broke again. So it's just a weird amount of glue on the mini. We will not discuss any. And then, right, so let's glue this guy back. Not just something. Right. Okay. Hot shield action. Okay, perfect. We're back. We are so back. Wipe off this, or we glue ourselves to the desk or something, to something else. So now the base. So let's close up this Paul option. So 56% opted for the wasteland. So we're gonna do the wasteland. And so the wasteland actually starts with black, and so safe to say we are almost there. We'll just do a couple of touch-ups. And then we want to go for more of a greenish gray, or probably not. The greenish gray sounds like the worst option of. And then because we do literally standard gray because the color's named. We do bluish gray as well. The reason I think greenish gray is the worst is because the mini has like of green, obviously. The reason, so I can see reason why each of them sucks. Essentially, this is the weird thing. I honestly thought everybody would pick desert on this, but that's it doesn't matter to me. Um, yeah, so like the standard gray is just very plain, right? There's nothing impressive about it. There's no like it's not a bad choice. It's just never. It's like it's never like a great choice. You know what I mean? It's like it works because it's just gray. So it showcases the guy on top. It's just there's nothing going on. And then the blue is a little bit less interesting because of the blue sword that we got, and the greenish gray is against the worst. Just the the mini has a lot of the green on it. Would like to not be reflected on the base, I guess. Because really I don't plan on doing the details on the base. Like I know it's maybe a little bit of a little bit of a lackluster for like to end the stream, but I do plan on just like getting a good dry brush of like the same kind of color, adding a couple of tufts of couple of tufts, and being okay with that. I don't necessarily want to do like the statue in gold or something. I think one even color on the base is like fine, especially if we add little tufts and the two little curves on there. Ente. So I should have done this before. By the way, this was a mistake. Because now if we want to dry brush, we have to wait for this color to be dry. But what I'll do is I'll put the be right back screen. I'll go find some tufts here in the back. And the reason I'm putting the be right back screen is not because it's gonna be long. It's just because I don't want you guys to look at my butt. Because this ain't that kind of stream. It costs money to see it. Alright, so not a sponsor. I just really like the Gamer's Grass is the one I use the most. But oh, we have Army Painter, so this is not even anything. Let's go with this one. Well, these are like variety pack, like flavor. Oh, they're all flavor packs. You can choose different. I'm late. I did this. I kind of like this one. Like a darker shade. Got like the reddish to it, like the red type of color to it. I kind of like that one. I think this would look interesting. This one's also very interesting because it's got some of the same tints as our army. That's a cool one. And then these ones are really green. So I think this we don't dabble with. Let's explore these things. And then if you guys see one that you like, just say so. So we're gonna call this one guy here, this gentleman here. This is what we're gonna call option 1, basically. This one right here. So it's like got green, but it's also got like this black, you know. That's interesting. Dry step. Well, this is the dry step set. So this here, this is this one. I don't think we need to mix and match too much. This one is also very interesting because it's got these two are very similar. Like this one has more green and this one is more like yellow. I don't know if you guys can tell. Like they're very close. This one is like red and greens, and this one is like yellow and black. So I like this one better than like they're very similar. I like this one better. So option 1 remains. But then this one here, this color is, I find, is very cool. This, because like, look at this. This is like, got the red, and then it's got like the black and like almost gray color to it. So this is very interesting because it fits with a lot of the colors that we have going on. And this, oh, okay, so with same kind of situation where this one leans in with a lot of orange. Okay, I think it's one of these three for sure. I mean, I don't see something outside of these three being the correct choice here. So one, two, or three, you guys pick whichever. It doesn't matter to me. One, two, or three. I think they all work to some extent. So just second one, maybe two. Okay, well, fine. Yeah, see, there we go. We'll make this. See, one or two. I prefer the orange one. Well, on board. Yeah, I like this. There we go. I think it's a very correct. So honestly, I don't see this being a. I think they were all one. Oh, he says oh, orange one or one. Oh, because there's a longer delay on YouTube than there was on when we did the Twitch. I apologize. Okay. So we'll leave these two there. We'll give the debate. We'll leave these two as options. No worries, fellas. One and two. These are our options, but we'll dry brush the base, and then maybe we get like a better idea of what we're working with. Do standard and Lestra. Oh, that's not a terrible pick for Celestra. So right. So do we have a weird ass dry brush look? We do not. Well, Mr. Medium Shade Brush, you are now a dry brushing bases. That's because I'm so far. I'm pretty sure it's not how the internet actually works, but okay. No, I think there's a longer delay because I was talking to something else earlier and I noticed it. I just kind of forgot because it's fine. It's not a big deal. Don't worry. Right, so, and the key here I think is gonna be not to really dry brush. We're just gonna overbrush this. So my brush is like not like fully dry. So we'll get like a deader gray base coat on this. It's not gonna be a base coat because there's gonna be plenty of black showing. But we won't have to use like a whole lot of force, at least on the sand part, like the more textured part. And then we'll go more for the dry brush when we get to the bigger stuff on there. That's our strategy. Reason this part here still has some blue showing. Really punched in. So again, this base is not gonna be really like anything crazy. And again, this is simply because we spent 4 hours painting the guy on top of it. So I don't think the base needs to have a whole lot going on. It's there to serve as like something to display the lion on, right? It's not. It doesn't need to be its own thing. Uh, Especially since we're going for a darker route. If we went to like a more deserty color, then we probably need to put a little bit more thought and effort into the surrounding details. But because we go with such a dark and muted color, it's really just gonna prop up the entire mini. And so this as a whole, we do not really. I like this. That shoe is like more wash on it. It was paler. I went heavier, and so it's stays darker now because it's not fully dry, so our dry brush keeps some of the shade on there. Really like this because then the statue stays darker. It's other. I'm happy it works out that way. It's not planned, but it does work. And see, I'm being very careful not to hit the mini. I don't want gray on the model. It would be like you can make a case of like adding some sort of like weathering and stuff to it, but I really like that this is just like prompting the miniature. Like the darker the base is, like the more we tone down the base, the better the lion on top of it looks, I think. So I like that part. So now we're gonna give this like now a much more like timid or controlled Celestra gray dry brush. This should make all of the base details kind of stand out correctly. Instead of just being oh yeah, okay. Okay. Wipe it more. Yeah, you have much more leeway on the sand because it's like heavy texture, whereas on the ruins the details are not not the same depth. So if you go as heavy on the ruin as you go on the sand, it's gonna look really wacky. All the top part is gonna be super light, and all the sand's gonna be darker. You have to go like a different. This is a weird. The same color you have to based on the texture. Last little pass here. We are almost done, guys. This has been like a great stream, honestly, because the model is. I mean, I wasn't expecting to hate it, but not really great. I definitely am leaning more towards the more I look at it, I don't know, they're both, I think they're both very interesting. First one pop more, second one we kind of blend in more. Yeah, I think that's yeah, that's a fair, I think that's a fair assessment. Let's use this one. I don't know if that was the option that we the chat has agreed upon, but I think that one will be better for the looks of our thing. Oh, let's glue. Wait, let's put the little duders first, and then we'll put the kinda. Uh, let's put these two guys first, and then put the tuft of grass. That way we can put the tufts of grass where it makes sense. First, we need to kind of get have like the glue left over and stuff like that. This guy has a like right now. I'm not removing any like plastic from the mini. I'm removing the glue. That was okay. So that one here is kind of the easier one of the two, because it goes into this. There's a socket for it, so that's kind of pretty straightforward. And the second one, I'm pretty sure, goes where the base has like a little like not hole, but not hole per se, but like there's a little area where the sand is like fucked on it. I think that's where he goes. This one definitely. Okay, so that was pretty self-explanatory. Yeah. Now this one, I'm pretty much convinced to go. because he doesn't go on the ready-made base, if you will. I think it's like this because there's the hole. Like, I don't know if you guys can tell, there's like a little hole there. I'm pretty sure that piece here. Anyway, in my head it makes. Put it back. Okay. Oh, this is much. Okay, I don't care if that's where it's supposed to go. This is much better. Right. Okay, so I dig this. I also like that the watchers in the dark being like shadowy figures kind of blend in with the base. I think that's like a cool. I like that nuance there. So now we're gonna add just a couple of these tufts of grass over there. One of them we're gonna add right here because that's where I put the foot of the first watcher. There was a little hole. Second one here. So really, the key with these like tufts of grass is like you place them where they kind of hide other details that you don't want to hide, that you don't want to have, right? That's like you get to cheat your way into making this stuff look better than it actually does. Like that's like part of the composition of place the tufts where you got little mistakes. Well, you no longer have mistakes. Friend taught me that about battle damage. He said I had battle damage because I can't blend flawlessly yet. So every place where my blending is like shit, battle damage. And I thought that was like the coolest thing. Maybe one, like I feel like we should add one some. The end part. Once we covered all the mistakes, then it's like a composition type thing. Where is it gonna look cool? I like this. Close this down. Put this away. And we are gonna finish this stream in the only way we know how. People's delight. The black rim job. This is what the internet was made for after. But we're gonna give the people what they this mini what it deserves. That is still want to be like careful. Like I'm not gonna go Leroy on this step, especially because there's not like a whole lot of like texture between the rim and the actual base, so it's not gonna like stop me if I am about to slide over. And yeah, this is my very first Lion, and I'm honestly pretty pleased with it, guys. I don't know what you guys think of it. But I think this is with 4:30. Yeah, 4 hours and 30 minutes of loving, and I'm pretty happy with it, start to finish, the entire thing. Um, we didn't really rush for anything, so I'm pretty pleased with it. I'll take better pictures. I'll post this on in the Instagram stories in the coming days. Maybe I don't know, whatever, Facebook or Instagram. So thank you for being with me. It's been a while. I've told you guys before if you watched the last video. I'm taking the foot off the gas on the YouTube channel. So we're gonna stream maybe once a month now. So that was a really cool like welcome back thing. Thanks for the support, everybody. It was really nice. And the next one will most likely be a Magnus, or it's gonna be either a Magnus or a Space Wolf. So it's very both end of the spectrum here on that front. But it's probably going to be in December. Now I don't know exactly when, but thank you for being here. Subscribe to the channel if you want to get like notified about when the next one is. That would be much appreciated. And then go on with your day. Till next time, no excuses. Hobby like champions.